You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are standing by for a couple of live events that we're going to bring you here on Fox 35 News Plus today. First, let me give you a live look right now inside the briefing room of the White House, where we are getting ready to hear a White House press briefing from Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt and also some other members of the cabinet. This comes as members of Congress await a briefing. The full congressional body awaits a briefing from the Trump administration and other officials to provide some of their justifications for the operation in Venezuela that resulted in the capture, the arrest of the Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro, who has been taken to New York to face federal charges there, and is also expected potentially to face state charges here in Florida. That's something that we've heard Governor DeSantis talk about, saying that the state attorney general is going to be looking into that. So we will see what happens with that. This White House press briefing scheduled to start around 11 o'clock. So we expect that to begin momentarily, and we will keep an ear on that. We are also standing by to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis. He's in Steinhatchee today. That's in Taylor County along the Gulf Coast in the Big Bend, and he's at Sea Hag Marina. Not sure what he's going to be talking about exactly today. He's going to be joined by Alex Kelly, who is the Florida Commerce Secretary. So the two of them are expected to speak shortly. That news conference is scheduled for around 11:15, and it looks like our feed from that site just came up. So I'll give you a live look there. You see no podium or no placard on the podium just yet. So no indication exactly what he's going to be talking about out there. But again, we will bring that to you live and in full once it does begin. So that one's scheduled for 11:15. And as you know, if you have joined us before here on Fox Local, they often run a little bit behind. So we'll get you to that as soon as it begins. Also want to look ahead to this afternoon because at 1:30, Jalen Edgar is due in court. He is the suspect who is accused in the deadly shooting in downtown Orlando back in Halloween night of 2024. His trial is scheduled to start next week. Jury selection, in fact, scheduled to begin tomorrow morning. But he requested a hearing with a handwritten letter to the judge. And Fox 35's Marley Capper has more on what we expect to hear in court this afternoon.
Good morning. In a handwritten letter to the judge, Jalen Edgar is saying, quote, he is being ineffectively represented by his attorney. Let's take a look at the letter on your screen. Edgar also says his attorney has failed to understand his mental state during the alleged shooting. In the letter, he also writes that the initial psych evaluation he received was inconclusive and said that his attorney didn't fight for him to get a follow-up or a second one by another doctor. The 18-year-old, who was 17 at the time of the shooting, says he will not entertain any plea deals. Edgar faces several charges, including 2 counts of first-degree murder with a firearm and 7 counts of attempted first-degree murder with a firearm. The shooting happened back on Halloween night in 2024. At the time, police say 17-year-old Edgar opened fire into the crowd in downtown, where thousands of people were gathered. 2 people were killed and several others were hurt in the mass shooting. The judge is expected to hear Edgar's argument for a new attorney at 1:30 this afternoon. Tomorrow, jury selection was supposed to begin, so that could be delayed depending on how today's meeting goes. Fox 35 will be here to bring you updates on air and online, so stick with us. Reporting from the Orange County Courthouse, Marley Capper, Fox 35 News.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, more of the same today. Another beautiful day.
Yeah, absolutely. We start off with the morning fog, and then we've got this beautiful afternoon, 80s for highs for the next several days. And, we're going to be talking about the heat index by the time we get into the day Friday. It'll feel like it's in the mid-80s. First off, a shot from Ocala right now where it's 66 degrees outside, and temperatures are going to warm up into the upper 70s over the next few hours. The clouds clearing in Orlando right now. The sun is coming out, and we've had these stubborn clouds in place for most of the day today and most of the morning, and the clouds have resulted in fog and drizzle and kept the temperatures actually warmer at night, acting as a little bit of a blanket. But that warmer start to the day, where there's no radiational cooling at night, so it starts off as a warmer part of the day. That'll lead to really fast heating once the clouds fully burn off and the sun comes out. We're going to go from about 75 in the next hour. That's right, we're going to warm up a lot in the next hour to close to 80 degrees at a high happening about 3 o'clock, right as the students start coming home from school. And today is an early release day for a lot of school districts. Just a heads up there. By dinner time, we'll be in the 60s. All right, let's look ahead to the long-range forecast. For today, and this will go day by day, today, tomorrow, Thursday, into the day Friday and Saturday, it'll be very warm with a southerly flow. We're going to be looking at temperatures more typical of April, certainly, than the beginning of January. And a cold front will ultimately come our way, but it doesn't get here until probably Sunday evening or even Sunday night, which means that even on Sunday now, Sunday looks to be a pretty warm day. In fact, it could be the warmest day of the next 7 days, depending on the timing of that front. I'll tell you more about that coming up. But once the front comes through, whenever it does, sometime Sunday, it'll usher in cooler weather for early next week, but nothing out of the ordinary. Our typical high is about 70 to 71 this time of year, and once this front comes through, we'll see highs close to that normal. But what this will do is pave the way for upper-level disturbances that are on the regular, traversing the jet stream to make their way into the Gulf, because the jet stream will dip in the Gulf. And when jet stream energy and little mid-level disturbances interact with the Gulf, little storm systems can develop. And we may have one of those coming our way for the middle of next week, depending on how it all evolves, like around the 14th, and then maybe a second and more potent one, potentially by the end of next week. Now, this is 10 days out, but the signal is there for a decided pattern change, not just for the cooler, but for the more active. And that's rain we really need. Now, if this was to come together, we could theoretically see rain totals of between 1 and 2 inches, which is good stuff for the month. All right, let's talk about the forecast. So with a southerly flow and not much forcing at all, just high pressure overhead, we'll see highs slowly but surely working into the low 80s. Friday, there will be a little bit of humidity, making it feel like it's more like 85 or 86. And looking ahead, Sunday, we've got it at 78 degrees just to account for additional clouds. But if that front hangs back a little bit longer, we may see what's called prefrontal compression, where the air gets kind of compressed with the approach of a cold front, which actually warms it up a lot. So we could be like 84, 85 that day. We'll see. It'll cool down to the 60s for Monday. So kind of up and down, no major Arctic blasts coming our way. But I think most importantly, Garrett, we're going to have a pattern that at least would signal for the rainier as we get into the end of next week.
Which could be helpful.
Yes, absolutely. We're in the middle of a big drought. It won't be enough to break the drought, but I mean, just getting a little bit for the lawns and gardens helps, makes it look at least more lush outside.
Yep.
More green.
Every little bit.
Yes, that's right.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett.
As we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, let me give you a live look at Lake Eola in downtown Orlando. We are still awaiting Governor Ron DeSantis, expected to speak shortly, and a White House press briefing as well. So keep it here on Fox Local. Got a busy day already. We've got more to come, so keep it here. We'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to take you live to Capitol Hill, give you a live look right now. That's Congressman Byron Donalds, a Republican from Florida who is on the House Oversight Committee and having the chance now to ask some questions of witnesses in this House hearing on fraud regarding federal funding for childcare in Minnesota. So let's go ahead and listen in as he gets the chance to question some witnesses here. Normally they have about 5 minutes or so to do that. So let's go ahead and listen in as this hearing continues live right now on Capitol Hill.
It's a fraud,
right,
and they oppose that.
So you had the Somali community who on purpose was petitioning the state of Minnesota to lower the standards to be able to make sure that fraud cannot be caught. Is that correct?
Well, they wanted to keep the standard clear and convincing, which makes it harder to disqualify people.
So it makes it harder for them to be disqualified from wasting taxpayer funds. Is that
absolutely
correct? Okay. Ms. Robbins, I want to stay with you. I want to talk about use of funds. You've talked about some of these funds were used to buy property in Kenya.
Yes, sir.
Property in Turkey. Do I have that correct?
Yes.
Remittances back to Somalia.
Yes.
I think it's important for the committee to understand that these remittances in part are used in what's called the Hawala. I want to make sure I have the terminology right. The Hawala network. Ms. Robbins, can you speak to what the Hawala network is?
Yes. So it's an informal network where someone goes to a Hawala place in Minneapolis, which is like a money exchange or a money sending site, and they say, I want to send X amount of dollars. And then there's a receiving site in Somalia, and they put take the cash out. So money doesn't cross the border. It's an order for money here that gets transmitted to Somalia.
For the time, because I'm out of time, I want to expound. In Somalia and other parts in the Middle East region writ large, a Hawala network is a bunch of money exchangers, hand to hand, not bank account to bank account.
Exactly.
And what is clear in Somalia and other parts is that Al-Shabaab, the largest Al-Qaeda affiliate in Somalia, they have their hands all through this network. So taxpayer money, United States dollars, that are being remitted into Somalia, in part, have been utilized or have fallen into the hands of Al-Shabaab. Do you think that's a correct assessment?
Yes, we have plenty of evidence of that, from money directly going to Al-Shabaab, but then also indirectly because they take a cut of whatever gets sent to Somalia.
Thank you so much, Chairman. I know I'm over. Thank you for the additional time.
Mr. Chair, I seek recognition for unanimous consent request.
Chair recognizes Ms. Presley.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a December 2025 article from the Minnesota Star Tribune titled, "Contrary to Trump's Claims, Somali's Ad."
So that hearing continuing on Capitol Hill as we are seeing lawmakers have the chance to ask questions of some of these witnesses. We should also note that there are two other members of Congress from Florida who sit on the House Oversight Committee and may also ask questions during this. So we're keeping an eye out for Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna and also Congressman Maxwell Frost, a Democrat from Florida. So we'll be keeping an eye out from them, trying to bring you their remarks as well. And we'll also go back and try to bring you what Byron Donalds had to say in full there as we continue to monitor that. So a national story getting a lot of national attention, but because of several of Florida's Congress members who sit on that committee, we're keeping an eye on that as well. I want to give you a live look right now. Steinhatchee, we are still waiting for Governor Ron DeSantis to begin speaking. Speaking of Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, we heard from her yesterday alongside Governor DeSantis. They were in Clearwater where they talked about the Congresswoman Luna's proposed ban on stock trading for members of Congress. And Governor DeSantis also went a step further and said he wants to see state laws passed here in Florida that would require congressional candidates in the state to, in essence, disclose their intention to trade stocks while in office. So looking at federal and state measures when it comes to stock trading and that kind of thing. They also both advocated for term limits during that news conference yesterday as well. One of the other things we heard during the news conference yesterday from Governor DeSantis talking about the potential of state charges being filed against the Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro, who has been captured, arrested, brought to the United States to face federal charges already. And we are getting ready still to hear from the White House Press Secretary. This will be their first press briefing since the capture and arrest of the Venezuelan leader. So we expect to hear not just from Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt, but also from members of the cabinet. We are not sure exactly who all might be there today. It could be Secretary of State Marco Rubio. It could also be Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War. So we are waiting for that to begin any minute now. The governor's news conference is supposed to start at 11:15. So the clock is now starting on that. And this White House press briefing was scheduled to start around 1. So either one of those could begin any minute now. So we are going to go ahead and step aside, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and then we'll be right back with more live streaming news coverage right after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us here on this Wednesday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We're seeing some activity in at the marina in Steinhatchee, where Governor DeSantis is expected to begin speaking soon. So I'm just trying to see before I take that or go elsewhere, what's going to be happening here. Still nothing just yet, but we are still waiting for that to begin. Like I said earlier, we don't really know what the subject is going to be, but we know he is with the Florida Secretary of Commerce, Alex Kelly, so we will bring that news conference to you live when it does begin. We're also still standing by for the White House press briefing, the first time they're going to be giving one of these briefings since the capture, the arrest of Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro. So I had the chance to speak with Congressman Maxwell Frost, Democrat from Florida's 10th District, right here in Orlando, and he had strong words for the operation and the actions of the presidential administration, the Trump administration, to go to Venezuela with that military operation and capture the Venezuelan leader. He called it illegal. He said it is dangerous. I had the chance to speak with him where he outlined some of his concerns ahead of a briefing that's expected for members of Congress that could happen today, where they get more information from the Trump administration about the justification and their reasons for that mission.
Well, I'd say two main things. Number one, the president should have notified the United States Congress before taking an action that could possibly lead us to a war with another country. The president ran on saying we're going to have no more forever wars. We're at a point in time where now there's a power vacuum in Venezuela. We're unsure what's going to go on. And this is something that I think just leads to this constant barrage of illegal and unconstitutional activities that the president is engaged in. And so I was alarmed to wake up and learn about this on Twitter, online, as a member of the United States.
We will come back to that in just a little bit, because I want to go ahead and get us live now to the White House press briefing room, where you can see Karoline Leavitt, the press secretary. You also see Dr. Oz behind her, who is the administrator for CMS, Dr. Martin McCary, the FDA commissioner. You also see Brooke Rollins, the agriculture commissioner. To her left is RFK Jr., the Health and Human Services Secretary. And then on the end there, we also saw Ben Carson, who is part of the administration as well. And so let's go ahead and listen. He's a former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development as well. This new press briefing getting underway right now, so let's go ahead and listen in.
Trade associations have made commitments to remove artificial and petroleum-based food dyes from their products. The Trump administration took strong action to bar hospitals from performing dangerous, irreversible, life-altering transgender procedures on children. The Trump administration announced funding awards to states through the Rural Health Transformation Program, an unprecedented $50 billion investment established under President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill. The Trump administration has also worked with 18 states across the country to ban junk food purchases using SNAP benefits starting this year. And thank you for leading that effort, Secretary Rollins. Additionally, President Trump took historic action to secure most favored nation drug pricing and secured deals with major pharmaceutical companies to massively lower the cost of prescription drugs. And those effects are being implemented as we speak. Americans are going to continue to see the result of these incredible deals the president cut. And I know President Trump and this team behind me worked incredibly hard to lower those drug costs for Americans. On Monday, the CDC adopted common sense updates to America's childhood vaccination schedule based solely on the gold standard of science. This action empowers parents and physicians to make the best individualized decisions to protect our children, while also restoring much needed confidence in our public health system. And as a Maha mom myself, I'm very grateful for that. So thank you, Secretary Kennedy. To build on this progress, the Trump administration is now updating federal nutrition standards and guidelines to ensure that Americans have the most accurate, data-driven information supported by science and hard facts, not special interests or partisan ideology. President Trump has tasked two of the great individuals behind me, USDA Secretary Rollins and HHS Secretary Kennedy, with collaborating on this vitally important project. And today they are here to officially unveil the 2025 to 2030 dietary guidelines for America. These new guidelines are informed by the best and most reliable research on health and nutrition, particularly as it relates to the role of our diets in the prevalence of chronic disease in the country. They are also These guidelines are easy to read and understand, so every American, young and old, can access this information that literally has the power to change lives. But these are not just an updated guideline. These are the foundation to all federal food programs in our country. These new guidelines are going to update the food that is served to America's children in our public schools, to the plates that are served to our great men in uniform in our military, our veterans, and the food that they are consuming at the VA. And these new guidelines are also going to impact nutritional programs for the needy in our country, such as WIC and Head Start. Unfortunately, for decades, federal dollars has promoted low-quality, highly processed foods that lead to scores of long-term health issues, which means Americans have gone broke because of these health issues. Faulty dietary guidelines of the past stacked the deck against healthy eating and food options for everyday American families, which has fueled the chronic disease epidemic and jacked up the healthcare costs of households across the country. This failed approach in our public health system ends today. When these guidelines are followed, Americans will be saving themselves thousands of dollars. If we want to cut healthcare costs in our country, we must become a healthier country. According to the CEA, poor diet is the root cause of obesity, which accounts for $400 billion in medical spending each year. A healthier America will lead to a more affordable America. The new dietary guidelines from the Trump administration will ensure federal dollars go to real food to improve public health and therefore save the American people their hard-earned cash over the course of their lives. So with that, I am going to hand it over to Secretary Kennedy. The great people behind me will give remarks, and then we'll get into Q&A for the officials that are here on this specific topic. They will leave because they're all very busy people, and then I will open it up to Q&A with the rest of you on the rest of the news in the world. So thank you, and we'll start with Secretary Kennedy.
Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you.
Today marks a decisive change in federal nutrition policy made possible by President Trump's leadership and the work of MAHA moms and public health advocates who demanded reform. Today, in accordance with President Trump's directive, Brooke and I will release the dietary guidelines for Americans 2025 to 2030, the most significant reset of federal nutrition policy in history. These guidelines replace corporate-driven assumptions with common-sense goals and gold standard scientific integrity. These new guidelines will revolutionize our nation's food culture and make America healthy again. For decades, Americans have grown sicker while healthcare costs have soared. The reason is clear. The hard truth is that our government has been lying to us to protect corporate profit-taking, telling us that these food-like substances were beneficial to public health. Federal policy promoted and subsidized highly processed foods and refined carbohydrates and turned a blind eye to the disastrous consequences. Today, the lies stop. The new guidelines recognize that whole, nutrient-dense food is the most effective path to better health and lower healthcare costs. Protein and healthy fats are essential and were wrongly discouraged in prior dietary guidelines. We are ending the war on saturated fats. Diets rich in vegetables and fruits reduce disease risk more effectively than many drugs. Whole grains outperform refined carbohydrates. Added sugars, especially sugar-sweetened beverages, drive metabolic disease, and today our government declares war on added sugar. Highly processed foods loaded with additives, added sugar, and excess salt damage health and should be avoided. As Secretary of Health and Human Services, my message is clear: eat real food. Nothing matters more for healthcare outcomes, economic productivity, military readiness, and fiscal stability. The dietary guidelines shape dozens of federal feeding programs, including Head Start. These standards affect 45 million school lunches every day, meals for 1.3 million active duty service members, and food served to 9 million veterans in VA hospitals. Today begins the work of aligning those programs with affordable, whole, nutrient-dense food. Implementation requires coordination across the government. I'm working with many of my fellow cabinet secretaries to deliver results. I want to thank Bobby Mukamala, thank you very much, who is the president of the American Medical Association, for committing to mobilize the medical community on nutrition. And I thank also the American Academy of Pediatrics for partnering on this effort. I also look forward to working with Dr. Jay Bhattacharya and Dr. Marty McCary to fund and prioritize rigorous nutrition research at the NIH and at the FDA. The stakes are measurable and severe. A Johns Hopkins analysis estimates that 48% of every federal taxpayer dollar now goes to healthcare. The CDC reports that 90% of healthcare spending treats chronic disease. That means that 40%, 40 cents of every dollar that taxpayers pay in this country is going to treat diseases that could be averted through good food. The United States has the highest obesity and type 2 diabetes rate in the developed world. We spend 3 times more per capita than the European Union on healthcare, yet our life expectancy is 5 years lower, largely due to diet-related chronic disease. Our childhood obesity rate is 5 times higher than countries like France. 1/3 of U.S. teens have prediabetes, over 35% are overweight or obese, and 20% of young adults have non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. 77% of military-aged Americans are ineligible for military service because of diet-related conditions.
This is a White House press briefing continuing right now as they talk about some new dietary guidelines that the White House is unveiling. We're going to step aside and take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and I'm giving you a live look right now inside Sea Hag Marina in Steinhatchee, where you see Governor Ron DeSantis walking in right now, getting ready to speak alongside the Florida Commerce Secretary Alex Kelly. The folks applauding for the governor as he walks to the podium. I don't know exactly what he is going to talk about, but you see investing in Florida on the podium there. So let's go ahead and listen in.
See me during the summer for another hurricane. Actually, this looks really good, by the way. Like, where did you? This is really good. It is good to be back under better circumstances. You know, people sometimes don't appreciate. You had Idalia in 2023, and then you had Debbie, which no one even talks about, in 24. Then you had, after that, like a month later, Helene. You guys didn't get Milton as bad, but like certainly the Idalia, Debbie, Helene. I mean, that was 13 months, I think. To get 3 of those, was really, really, a big deal. And I know it was very difficult, but I'll tell you, people here really did a good job persevering, and we're here to help with that effort to continue. So Christmas is come and gone, but this is the Florida version of Santa Claus showing up with some money for you guys, and I'm happy to do that. I do have Secretary of Commerce Alex Kelly here. We've got folks really from throughout our Big Bend and North Central Florida counties that were impacted by these storms. They kind of cut almost the same path, many of them, and so they're going to be happy to be able to get recognized with a lot of different things. And I did see one of them, I saw Hamilton County, this is America 250 this year, 2026, and we are doing things to commemorate that in Florida. Now, we weren't even a part of that 250 to start. We were a Spanish colony at the time, so we were not one of the original 13 colonies. We didn't become a state until decades later, but nevertheless, we feel like we're the state that best exemplifies the spirit of 76, and so we're really going forward and doing that. And we're bringing, for the counties named after founding fathers, we're bringing statues there. I've already done Franklin in Franklin County. We did Jefferson in Jefferson County. I've got Hamilton coming for Hamilton County. They know it's coming. Madison for Madison County. We're doing that. I've got a beautiful George Washington we got from Mount Vernon. Put it in the state capitol. When you go in, you see it. But we're also doing a replica of that in Washington County. So stay tuned for that. But then we're also doing other ones throughout the state. We got Monroe down in the Florida Keys. We've got, and then other people that have exemplified, America 250 throughout the years who may not have been a part of that. So, I know we're bringing one of President Reagan down at Florida International University. I've got Calvin Coolidge coming down, this is somebody more people should know about Calvin Coolidge. Really great president. And other things like that. So I'm looking forward to doing that. So some of you guys I'll be seeing this spring on that. But now to the business at hand. We've worked really hard, even apart from hurricanes, on supporting rural Florida. Rural's very important to the lifeblood and the backbone and the culture of our state. I don't need to do rural to get elected. I didn't need to ever come, right? Seriously, there's so many people in Miami. I win that by 10 points. I win this, I win that. You could never do rural and still get elected just because of how big some of these other populations are. But that wouldn't be the right thing to do. And so I was the first governor to do public events in all 67 counties. And I definitely would come bearing gifts on all those. So I'm not just showing up, popping off and leaving. I'm bringing things. And so we've brought a lot of support for rural communities throughout the years. And yes, on the back, we've done a lot on the hurricanes already. We're going to continue to do more because I say at every major hurricane, there's a lot of stuff we got to do, safety, get the power back on, do that. But then there's some things that just take, it's like a major storm happens. It's not something that you can just get over in 2 weeks. So we said we're in it for the long haul. But we've been able to do a lot with our Rural Infrastructure Fund, with our Job Growth Grant Fund. We have a rural infrastructure program that we work very closely with Senator Albritton, our president of the Florida Senate, on. Small county outreach programs we've done. We've really, really maxed out our efforts to be able to assist. And so I think it's really important, and I think it's important to the well-being of the state. And then, oh, by the way, when you show up, people appreciate it. We have this thing because we're the only ones really leading on the immigration enforcement. So we've got a deportation depot in Baker County, close to Jacksonville. And we were there earlier this week because just our Operation Tidal Wave has 10,000 additional apprehensions. That's apart from what the feds are doing. That's their primary role. We're supplementing. And then total with local, we've got almost 20,000. No other state's even close on that. But when we set up that facility to help the processing before the federal government could take them back to their home country, people are like, oh, Governor, Baker County, did you check with them? Are they going to be upset that you're putting this here? And I was like, well, honestly, I didn't check, but, I got 91% of the vote here, so I think they're probably going to be okay with it, right? I think they knew what they were getting when they voted back then. But it just shows you, when you show up and you do things, Nobody appreciates more than the smaller counties and rural. I'll tell you, nobody. I could bring $100 million to Miami. It's like shrug your shoulders, right? Or Tampa or something. Not that they don't appreciate, but like it's not the same as rural in terms of what they appreciate. So just notice that I'm happy to do it, but I also know a lot of stuff that we're going to be doing. And so I'm going to go through all this. And so listen, I don't have, usually we bring these mock checks and hand them out. There's too many awards. I can't do all these checks. I'd be taking pictures, until dinner time, and I can't. I got to get back. I got meetings I got to get to. So we've got a lot. And these are all really focused on helping those areas in particular that had to deal with some of these hurricanes in recent years. So $36 million in award to Taylor County through the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery and from our Rural Infrastructure Fund. So Perry, $12 million for a new parallel treatment train. $8.5 million for replace current wastewater infrastructure, install modern equipment. $4.5 million to create a resilient independent water source. All these different things, huge for Perry. Taylor County Commissioners, $1 million for residential road in Steinhatchee. $4.9 million. Yeah. $4.9 million for Taylor County Special Needs Emergency Shelter. Now, hopefully you don't need that, but if you need it, then you got to have it, right? $300,000 for determine the best location in Steinhatchee for the construction of critically needed infrastructure for a commercial seafood offload, processing, and distribution facility. I'm going to tell. So we're going to the Kathy's Crab Shack after this. We're going to put out something. I've never seen bigger stone crab claws than I've seen here. Massive stone crab. I mean, just unbelievable, some of the stuff. And so this is a really great place to be able to do that. $4.4 million to Doctors Memorial Hospital to install whole facility emergency power system, replace the phone and communication system, and modernize the facility's water treatment system. We're also awarding $4.5 million to the Big Bend Water Authority to repair and replace critical water mains in Steinhatchee. $3.2 million to Jackson County. These funds will be adding a new well, pumping equipment, and water storage system. This will, and then we're also doing Community Development Block Grant Infrastructure Repair Program additional awards. 2 awards to Cedar Key Water and Sewer District. Yeah, you guys need that. $7.3 million to construct and harden the Cedar Key Water and Sewer District potable water system, and $4.1 million to harden the Cedar Key Water and Sewer District wastewater treatment facility. $2.5 million to the city of Carabel to repair damages and harden the sanitary sewer collection and treatment system. $7 million to the city of Gretna, rehabilitate and upgrade city's production wells. $4.1 million, city of Monticello, and that's where we brought the Jefferson statue right there. Beautiful statue. To rehabilitate or replace deteriorated lift stations and force mains, install permanent standby generators at critical sites, elevate and harden electrical and mechanical components, and integrate systems monitoring to improve storm response. If the water is beneath and it's up, it's fine. When the water gets it, then it totally messes it up. So I like elevate on those things. I think it's been very effective where we've done it. $25 million. City of Port St. Joe to rebuild and strengthen the wastewater treatment facility. $1.2 million, Gilchrist County, updated drainage systems. $1.2 million, Hamilton County, restore and provide improvements to the sheltering facility in Hamilton County. $1.3 million, Lafayette County, restore and harden the drainage and roadway system that serves residents, school buses, agriculture, and emergency vehicles. 2 awards to Levy County, $1.1 million to eliminate a safety hazard, restore essential recreation and tourism access, and increase resiliency. $358,000 to complete a fire emergency response and control project. We also have $1.5 million to Liberty County to improve, repair, and resurface the Bristol boat ramp to ensure safe access, mitigate environmental damages, and enhance long-term resiliency. And, you know, Liberty County is kind of like a wild card when it comes to America 250. I can put anything involving Liberty there. So if you guys have a statue that you want, you know, it's not limited to the name. I mean, anyone, I can probably make that happen as well. You know, it's a lot easier to get these statues because the blue states take down the statue, so that we put them up in Florida. It's a much different mindset, but you know, it's a buyer's market, I guess, for that. $8 million Madison County Board of County Commissioners to reconstruct the special needs shelter. We also have 2 awards to Cross City. $32 million to build a new wastewater treatment plant. And then $5.7 million to improve and upgrade stormwater drainage by installing elliptical reinforced concrete piping along the streets. $2.8 million to Wakulla County, design and, yeah, there you go, construct a project to line manholes, gravity sewer, and tie-ins. And then we're also awarding $8.5 million to 10 Florida small and rural communities through Rural Infrastructure Fund to assist with critical infrastructure projects and strengthening. And this is like $200,000 to City of Bluntstown, $700,000 to City of Gretna. These are things like roadway extensions, helping with stormwater systems. $1.4 million City of Mariana, $176,000 Franklin County, $300,000 to Hamilton County for a new building, $100,000 for Madison County for the industrial for critical upgrades to lift station number 3 and other improvements. $3.5 million to Washington County Board of County Commissioners, and that will provide improve Holmes Valley Road and will provide access to this new Old Shore project that is happening, which that's going to be absolutely fantastic. Rural Infrastructure Fund supports many projects across rural Florida, and we're proud to be able to do it. We do have $17 million in current year funding, as well as $5 million for Panhandle specific. So this all in, $167.5 million for rural community. And so and we'll be doing more. As I said, we have Rural Infrastructure Fund. We have other things to do. I think it was great that we didn't have any hurricanes. I was telling people I had a feeling we were going to not have them, but the minute I say that publicly, man, that you can't. So I never said anything throughout the whole time, but it's just these things tend to go in cycles. And so we were due to have, and maybe have a period with no storms, quite frankly. We'll see. But certainly I thought we were due for a year without one. I think that's good for everybody, for a lot of different things. And so we'll see, you know, what happens next year. We'll be ready, but hopefully, you know, we won't have to do it. It just seems, you know, sometimes, I don't know why it took the path it did. These storms kind of just like, it was like a magnet or something right in this area, and you got it. And it's tough because doing one is tough, but then, you know, to continue doing it, especially when you fix and then it gets destroyed again. That's like the worst, right? Because it's very demoralizing. So we'll always hope for the best, but we'll prepare to respond if we need to. And I appreciate everybody that's been involved in that, both in the 23 and 2024 hurricane cycles. I'm going to bring up in a minute the Secretary of Commerce, Alex Kelly, who's going to expound on some of these programs. But before I do that, I have an additional announcement that's unrelated to this. So today, I am going to issue a proclamation to convene a special session of the Florida Legislature to do redistricting of congressional map in the state of Florida. We are going to do it in the later part of April, partially because there's a Supreme Court decision that's going to affect the validity of some of these districts nationwide, including some of the districts in the state of Florida. We also need to see our population has changed so much in the last 4 or 5 years. We need to get apportioned properly, and people deserve equal representation. And so we look forward to being able to work with the legislature to get that across the finish line. I know there's a lot of people that are excited in both the House and the Senate to be able to do it, so they're going to get their chance to do it. But realistically, you can't do it now if the Supreme Court hasn't ruled. So we've got to give some time for that. And when we're doing it, it's still enough time for the supervisors to get everything in order. So I think it makes the most sense, and we'll be ready to go. With that, I'll bring up Alex Kelly.
Well, thank you, Governor, and thank you all for being here today. Governor, thank you so much for your leadership and direction regarding all these grants, and not just these grants, but really how we partner with communities throughout the state. You're always talking about infrastructure development, infrastructure readiness, workforce readiness, financial readiness, and overall how that all feeds into quality of life. And you can see here, what an amazing community in Steinhatchee, Taylor County. We're here often, and we love the partnerships that we have here because this is an amazing community. North Florida, all across North Florida, are some amazing communities, and we love the partnerships that we have. And Governor, you got into a lot of the details. I want to spend really most of the time just accentuating that every single one of these grants is a partnership and a relationship with a community, if not several partners, in that community. And you touched on something ultimately creates jobs. Job in the community they love, maybe own a business in the community they love, and stay in the community they love and they cherish so much, and they can have that at home, and they can Chuck, from Hamilton County, Chuck, I think to the site visit that we did, taking us through the county. Likewise, to visit with you. I think back to when we dry dock repair, but you don't do that without having a community that has the infrastructure to support the workforce to fill those jobs. So it all ties. One today, the grant that very, very muddy field, but he created and he showed us this incredible vision for the jobs that are going to be created right there on I-10, that transportation corridor that's going to benefit, frankly speaking, communities to the east and west of Gadsden County. And so, and that meant the world, and that's represented in these grants. And that, so, we really thank you, sir. We really thank you for all of you for the partnership. And again, Governor, just thank you for the leadership and just the direction that's clear to really elevate communities, do so in a way that's going to be long-standing and perpetuating. So thank you all very much.
Well, it's a great time of year to be in Florida. I know a lot of people are freezing their tushes off in other parts of the country.
Governor DeSantis continuing to speak right now. We've got to take one more break this hour here on Fox 35 News Plus. So we're going to go ahead and take that now, and we'll get you right back to this news conference in Steinhatchee on the other side.
I remember Hurricane Michael. I wasn't governor yet, but I was running, and
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Governor DeSantis now taking questions in Steinhatchee right now. His first question, he was asked about this proclamation that he's issuing for a special session on redistricting. That special session to be held in April. He was asked about the timing of that. One of those things being the pending case before the Supreme Court that he said they believe will rule racial gerrymandering as unconstitutional. Let's go ahead and listen in as he continues to talk about that.
Decisions about how you do Tampa Bay, all this stuff. So I think it's totally appropriate to do that. We've had 10 years of population change and just since COVID, easy, probably even more than that. Honestly, like some people are saying, we have had enough people move. It's a lot. And so I think on both of those bases, we have an ability, not only an ability to do it, but really a duty to do it to ensure fair representation. But I have a very high degree of confidence that at least one or two of those districts on our current map are going to be implicated by this Supreme Court decision. So first of all, to say my office did some, if you look at some of the things in Southeast Florida, that was kind of the legislature wanted to kind of do that. That was not what we had proposed there. So that's first thing. Second thing is it has been viewed as 1965 Voting Rights Act Section 2 requiring the use of race in drawing districts. And so there are certain of those that are considered VRA. I think what the U.S. Supreme Court is going to decide is like, wait a minute, VRA is like no discrimination, but when you're using, then you are discriminating in a different direction, right? And so that was not necessarily up for grabs at the time in 2022. We've had subsequent litigation since then, and the Supreme Court wouldn't have taken this case unless they were willing to reevaluate that. So I think the context is different. I think at that time we didn't have a sound expectation that deviating from that previous understanding would have meant that the map would have been upheld. Now I think you're probably in a situation where the map can't be upheld unless we make some changes. Well, look, I think the president of the Senate, Senator Albritton, is a friend of mine. He really is passionate about rural Florida, and he's got a lot of ideas. We've helped him a lot on infrastructure and other things, and so I think he really views it, as a great legacy item. I told him, I said, because he's down there, I mean, in Wachula, and Hardee County, and I was like, they've never gotten so much money since you've been. I mean, like, he's brought home a lot of support for them, and it's really going to be generational. So, I told them I'm happy to work with them on continuing to move the ball Florida for rural Florida. I think it's important to our state. It's important to the economy. It's important to the culture. It's important to a lot of different things.
And the House is expected to possibly pass a property tax when there are first amendments on property taxes. You said that you don't like what they're doing in the House with their buffet of options. When are you going to release your plan?
So here's the thing. This is going to go on the ballot in November, right? So, first of all, we're working hard to get it right, and there's a lot that goes into it because you got to get it passed, right? So, voters, how are they going to respond when they read this? A lot of voters don't understand the amendments. That's just a fact. I mean, they tell me that. Very smart people tell me they don't understand. So you got to write it in a very clear and concise way where everybody knows, what we're looking to accomplish here. And there's different iterations. You also have to have the structure of it right. You got to get the votes. You got to do all that. So we're doing that. We're working very hard on it. We have worked very hard on it. We've got a lot of great data now to work off of, but we got more work to do. Look, the House is free to do what they want. I mean, I just pointed out if you put multiple possible amendments on the ballot, that means none will pass. Let's just be clear. Because you may like this iteration, you may like that. So even though maybe 60% want property tax relief, your view may be different. Then how do you do it, right? And so that's a guaranteed way to kill it. So that's not, if you want to get something to pass, you got to go with one vehicle. I don't think the Senate would put all that stuff on anyways, but you got to go with one vehicle. So that was just my insight on it. And then they also had the idea of giving property tax relief solely to 65 and up, and I rejected that. You know, part of the reason is if you've had a house for a long time, you get locked in at homestead. It goes up, but not as much, right? So you'll literally have neighborhoods where someone's retired, they've had a house for 20 years, you'll have a family, family of four, the parents are 30, 35, let's say, and their tax basis is way higher than what their neighbors is. And so they're paying maybe 5 times, right, because of the valuation. So this whole thing with property tax, to me, is taxing unrealized gains, basically, because they're saying, oh, your property went up, your property did this. So I think it's created a whole host of problems. It also, we talk about the real estate market being, quote, frozen. People don't want to sell their homes. And a lot of times they'll say they're locked into a lower interest rate. So why would they want to sell? And in particularly if you have elderly who may want to downsize, they don't want to downsize and end up with a higher interest rate, higher whatever. So that makes it harder for young people to have access to good deals on the market. But the tax is a big part of that too. Because if you have a home, you've kind of outgrown it, you're empty nesters, you want to downsize, maybe a young family would want to buy it, you don't want to sell and then end up with a much higher tax basis. Think about this. In 2019, the first year I became governor, local governments in Florida took in $32 billion in property tax revenue. Today it's $56 billion. Now, I don't think it's gone up as much here in this part of Florida, but in some other areas, their budgets have just exploded because they're getting all this revenue. And, we've grown, we've had inflation nationwide. I understand it being higher than 32 for sure, but 56, are you trying to tell me we can't give relief to anybody on the basis of that? And so I think actually if you do property tax in a really bold way, it's going to be the people between 30 and like 60 that are going to benefit the most because their tax basis usually are going to be higher than people who have been in their homes for longer. That's an inequity in the way we do things. It's an inequity in the market. It's created, I think, an impediment to sales, and there's a whole bunch of things. So we're going to do it. I don't know that it necessarily is something that you do in the regular session either. I mean, we'll see. We'll see happens. I think there's some value in teeing something up that voters see they're going up to do this. And then voters can talk to their members about what they want to do. You get into a regular session, it's 60 days. There's things flying all over the place. And things kind of sneak through at the last minute. And it's hard for me to keep track of. I mean, I've had things plop on my desk. I'm like, where the hell did this come from? Some random legislation no one was talking about. All of a sudden it gets popped out the last week of session. So that's just kind of how things go. So I do think there's some value in having something, really big, meaningful. And look, I'm just doing this like, first of all, I'm in public housing right now, so this ain't going. I'm not paying it. But you have people around the state who will consistently tell me that this has been an impediment for them, the property tax. And we got great announcement on homeowners insurance coming up soon for citizens and some of these others, and the filings coming in with reductions, which people a few years ago thought it wasn't. They thought the whole market was going to tank, and now you're seeing it turn. And not having a storm helps, quite frankly. So we're gonna talk about that. I think people will be pleased with the progress, but the reality is citizens we may have a little bit more control over, but the rest of these are private companies. If I could just say charge everyone $1 a month, I would do it. That's just not how it works, right? But the tax, we totally control the tax. Like we, the people, through our Constitution, can figure this out with the tax. And I just say this is what people are getting pinched on. Are these property taxes. Now in my budget, I put in money to just give the rural whatever revenue would be lost. Not everyone's very excited about that, but I'm just like, look, I want to get this done. So if I have to do something like that, I'm fine. It's not a lot of money. So that's in my budget. But yeah, this is the thing that I have. And I tell some of the legislators, I was like, we've cut everything at the state level tax. We have no income tax. We now have no tax. The sales tax is exempting all the essentials, including baby items, including disaster preparation, including permanent back to school holiday. all these different things. Second Amendment holiday just ended at the end of the year. That's not permitted yet. I'm working on that. But that was very popular because people are going in and getting ammunition, and they're getting accoutrements, and they're getting firearms without having to pay tax. And I know the shops really appreciated that as well. So we did that. We eliminated the commercial business, the business rent tax, which hurt small business. Totally eliminated. Gone. So it's like, okay, well, at this point, what could we really do on tax to make a difference? And the reality is we are one of, if not the lowest tax state at the state level in America. But at the local level, and it goes in the Constitution, that's why it's got to go on the ballot, this is where people need the relief. And so, I don't have any pride of ownership. This isn't about me. This is about just me as the chief executive, the one that was elected by the entire state in a pretty big margin, that I hear from folks. And so I'm channeling that in a productive way to be able to give people some really meaningful relief. And I think that I think the voters are going to really be interested in that. And I also think you do it because it's the right thing to do. You do it because folks want relief. But just from a political perspective, if I were running, if legislature, Senate, any of these things, I would definitely want to have good property tax on the ballot to be able to get people to be excited about voting. Because you may not get the same turnout we got in 22. People were really excited to vote in 22. It's a different context, different environment. So I think for the legislators to put this on, I think it would be really beneficial for them, because I think they'll be able to juice more turnout for their elections. And that's not the main reason you do it. The main reason is because it's right substantively, but I do think it does have that added bonus on top of it. Yep. Well, I think so. We have a vacancy on the Florida Supreme Court. Justice Kennedy retired and is now working at the University of Florida, running the Hamilton Center, which is an amazing place, by the way. So now I have 6 names on a Judicial Nominating Commission list, and I've got to pick one of those names. Some of the things I look for, you got to have an understanding of the proper role of a judge. You have to understand the Constitution and how to apply statutes in a constitutionally sound way. But you also have to have courage to be able to do that, knowing that, liberal media may attack you. You may get blowback for doing the right thing, but you got to be willing to do that and rule and not worry about all those other things that may happen. In terms of precedent, I think you treat precedent with respect, but I also think that if the court has taken wrong turns, particularly constitutionally, the most important thing is to get it right. And we've had a very liberal court before I became governor for a long time. They engaged in a lot of, I would say, judicial somersaults to try to arrive at certain results that they favored politically, and I think it distorted some of the underlying jurisprudence. So I think there is some work to be done there. That's got to come up in the appropriate ways. But one thing I think that they should be doing, Texas Supreme Court just nixed the American Bar Association from being able to be the accreditor for these law schools. And the ABA is like left of the left. It's a very partisan left activist organization. And, they have a right to do that if that's what floats your boat. But they should not play a central role in legal education or the legal profession as if they're some neutral arbiter when they obviously have a very aggressive agenda. So the Texas Supreme Court said the law schools are going to be accredited by the Supreme Court of Texas, and that's how they're going to do it. They should do that at the Florida Supreme Court. They should do the exact same thing that Texas did, and I was really happy to see the Texas Supreme Court leading on that. So fidelity to the Constitution and the law, understanding the proper role of the judiciary and a constitutional system of separated powers, but then also having the backbone and the courage to be able to rule properly, knowing that you may get some brushbacks from partisan people in media, and you just got to be willing to do that. If you let that factor whether you're going to do the right thing, you are not going to end up being successful in any of these positions. You got to realize that if you're over the target, they're going to fire at you. That's just the way it is. Now, the state Supreme Court doesn't get as much blowback as the U.S. Supreme Court, and you look at how some of these justices have been treated over the years, particularly by very partisan media. It's been horrible how they've treated Clarence Thomas, how they've treated Justice Alito, and a lot of times they do fake narratives to try to damage them. I got something there, and it's really been bad. And the thing is, they'll say, Justice Thomas, went on vacation with some wealthy guy. And first of all, I don't think there was anything wrong. They're friends, whatever, so there's nothing wrong. But then they don't talk about Ginsburg doing that 10 times more. So it's like, okay, is it right or not? What's good for the goose, and that's not what they're doing. They have an agenda. And it started when he had confirmation hearings, when they did horrible treatment, including Biden was a part of that. But then whatever they can do to take pot shots. And, that's why those two guys, they're very excellent jurists, because they are very good on the law and Constitution, but they really have strong backbones, and they really stand in there, and you will not cow them into changing who they are. We have this problem with Republicans for many decades. Presidents would put these Republican appointed justices on the Supreme Court, and they would be, it's a conservative, and they'd evolve into something much more liberal. And they have life tenure, so there's really nothing you can do short of impeaching them. And so you do that. So this has always been kind of the fear. Well, they asked Justice Thomas when he first got on the court, what's going to happen? Are you going to change? He said, I ain't evolving. I ain't evolving at all. I am what I am, and that's what I'm going to do going forward. So it's been a good run there. And I think our court here will be interesting, because when I make this selection, there's 7 members of the court. 6 of the 7 will have been appointed by me. And I think the average age of the justices in that 6-justice of the 5 justices before I do one, I think the average age is something like 46, and they can serve till they're 75. And so some of you will have kids and grandkids that will benefit, I think, from rulings in 25 years that'll be constitutionally sound. And so that's really important. And that was a big problem in this state for a long time. I think we're in much better stead. But I'm really looking forward to making a strong appointment, because I think it can get even better. All right, everybody. God bless you all. Thank you.
legislation, and he's not afraid to implement it.
I remember asking the president at the very beginning of his term if he was committed to Article 5 and NATO, and he said yes. Has his stance on NATO or his commitment to NATO changed?
Did you see his statement earlier today? He said we will always be there for NATO, even if they are not there for us. And I think that answers your question directly. Yes.
Just to follow up on what Jeff was saying there, will the president commit that if any NATO members are attacked, the United States will come to
Again, the president addressed this directly himself this morning after seeing the coverage from all of you in this room on television, and he made it very clear we're always going to be there for NATO, even if they have not done right by the United States of America. And they have not. They have finally increased their defense spending at the request of this president, but it was only because of this president that they did that. We'll take a couple more. Michael, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Happy New Year and congratulations.
Thank you.
Two questions,
You
if I may.
too.
One on healthcare, one on Mexico. On healthcare, the president says he wants Republicans to be flexible on the Hyde Amendment in order to pass healthcare legislation. What is the White House's message to pro-life voters who say federal funding for abortion goes against their values?
Well, the president did not change the administration's policy. It was President Trump who signed an executive order protecting the Hyde Amendment. It's the Trump administration that has taken multiple actions on various fronts to ensure that taxpayer dollars are not funding the practice of abortion. What the president was saying yesterday was Republicans, and frankly Democrats too, need to show a little bit more flexibility so we can actually get something done with respect to the issue of health care. Republicans have amazing ideas. The president himself, as we spoke about earlier, has launched this Most Favored Nation drug pricing initiative, has cut good deals with Big Pharma. He wants to see Republicans and Democrats too, if they're willing, codify those executive orders into law so that these good deals can remain and these prices can continue to be lowered long after this president and this deal maker in chief is gone. Presidents talked a lot about health savings accounts and giving more money back to the healthcare consumer rather than to these giant insurance companies, and he's been very outspoken and tough on them too, and I think you'll see more and hear more from him directly on that issue. So he wants to see Congress get something done with respect to health care, and that was the point that he was driving home yesterday.
Caroline, President Trump says the drug cartels are running Mexico. What action does he need to see Mexico's president, Claudia Sheinbaum, take to prove that she's in control of that country, in control of those cartels? And does the White House believe she's able to do that without U.S. intervention?
Look, I think the president was speaking very candidly and frankly about the reality on the ground in Mexico. Haley.
Caroline, Happy New Year. I wanted to ask you about the seized tanker, the Vela. There were reports before this that Russia had sent a submarine to escort it. Was there any engagement with that submarine? And then was the deconfliction line with Russia used ahead of boarding that?
Again, this was a Venezuelan shadow fleet vessel that has transported sanctioned oil. The vessel was deemed stateless after flying a false flag, and it had a judicial seizure order. And that's why the crew will be subject to prosecution. Mary.
On Colombia, the president had talked over the weekend and suggested that he would be open to an operation there. Should the president of Colombia be expecting Delta Force anytime soon? And then I had another one for you on California.
That would be a very unwise question for me to answer, to weigh into. What's your next question?
On California, can you share any more about the fraud investigation? The president said that there was one. Who's being investigated and where is it starting?
Again, this is going to be a all-hands-on-deck government-wide effort. The president has directed all agencies across the board to look at federal spending programs in not just Minnesota, but also in the state of California to identify fraud and to prosecute to the fullest extent of the law all those who have committed it. Take one more. Sure.
Thank you. Caroline, yesterday was the 5-year anniversary of January 6th. Democrats and mainstream media continue to push their big lie that it was an insurrection and that police officers died that day. The reality is that 4 Trump supporters died on January 6th and 2 women were killed by January 6th police. Everybody knows Ashley Babbitt was shot in cold blood by Capitol Police Officer Michael Byrd, but there was another woman, her name was Roseanne Boylan from Georgia, and she was pepperballed, gassed, and ultimately brutally beaten with a stick by January 6th police officer Lila Morris. The Biden administration and mainstream media lied and told Americans Roseanne Boylan died of a drug overdose on Capitol steps. Her family is now asking for an investigation. Is the administration aware of the circumstances of her death, and will there be an investigation finally?
Well, for investigation, I will have to defer you to either the FBI or the Department of Justice, and I'm sorry to have to do that. But with respect to all of the facts that you just laid out, the White House relished the opportunity yesterday to actually create a new website to share the facts with the American public, but also all those in this room. We knew the media would be covering January 6th quite a bit because they think it's something that the American people are still believing their lies on. They think it's something that still helps their case against this president. Obviously not, or else he wouldn't have been reelected in an overwhelming fashion in November of last year. And so I would encourage everyone to take a look at the website. It's quite well done. And thank you all very much. It's great to be back with you.
Thank you.
Out of the vehicle, and there was some pepper spraying going on and that type of thing. So that is the most volatile situation we have seen to this point. But is it your understanding that most of the ICE agent vehicles have left that area?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you most, but I can definitely say as I walked up, I saw several ICE agents leaving the premises, leaving with their vehicles and all. There are clearly still some ICE vehicles that are still parked out here on Portland Avenue, closer to 34th. There are still some out here. I don't know if, you could say that most of them have departed, but I can definitely say many of them have departed. I'm looking off to the side here now because I'm seeing a line of flashing lights starting to approach, but I think that that's probably Minneapolis police. Right. I heard earlier that, Chief O'Hara was out here on the scene. We have not gotten an update. In fact, some officers just told me they're still working on, when he might become available to give a press statement. But we have not heard him pinned down yet when that might happen. He has been out here. It doesn't look like Minneapolis police, does it, Russ? No. It's other police agencies here.
Yeah, Corin,
Metro
we do.
Transit's on the scene now.
Okay,
yeah.
We do know. Obviously, we have seen the police chief in our pictures and different. It looks like he still is there on the scene. We do know Hennepin County is there. To your point, multiple agencies here. While I have got you here, I just wanted to share this statement we just got from Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty, releasing this. We are aware of the shooting at 34th and Portland. We have been in contact with law enforcement leaders, the Attorney General, the Governor's office throughout the morning, and are pushing hard for a local investigation, which is the only way to ensure full transparency and review by our office. We know that people have asked people to stay away. I know it's hard, and maybe this is a hard question for you, but does it look like the crowd is growing? Does it look like it's dispersing a bit, or is it too hard to tell?
You know, Kelly, as I arrived, I could see other people arriving at the same time. However, the crowd, I mean, up here at 33rd, the crowd stayed relatively small, I have to say. So down on 34th, it was bigger, and just, you know, kind of glancing down there right now, it doesn't look any bigger than it was earlier, but, you know, I don't see 34th east and west of Portland here very well, and that's maybe where, you know, that's where some of the ICE agents were leaving, and a crowd was gathering over there as I arrived, and I haven't been able to get back there and see exactly the size of the crowd. But, you know, I can hear some of the crowd from here at 33rd and the police line, but it's not growing louder, that's for sure. And I think, you know, as the ICE agents have kind of slowly left the scene, I think that the level of the anger seems to have kind of subsided here among the folks who have gathered, whether they are neighbors who live in this area or folks who are gathered here as observers, or, you know, city council members who are out here. Many of them have been out here to check out the scene. You know, we know the governor's office is aware of this.
Right.
We know Mayor Frey had warned that this would be one of the things that he was most concerned about happening during the surge. I haven't seen the mayor, but I've seen pretty much the entire city council here.
Right, and we are just seeing a tweet from Senator Klobuchar talking about the fact that her team is now trying to learn more information about this ICE-related shooting as well. Coroner, and the people you have had the chance to speak with, aside from the first individual, the first witness who said he saw what happened, any of those folks have any kind of video, anything that would help us tell the story a little bit more accurately?
Yeah, I did talk to a few of them and saw one video that it would hopefully get shared with me soon. But his video just showed the folks, the physician who was outside of this line, who was asking to be let in. The incident itself, I believe, like from what they're all telling me, this developed very quickly. And so I don't, you know, unless your phone was already out recording, you know, the honking and the horn blaring at the ICE, you know, movement down Portland. Oh, there's the chief of police right here. But unless you were already recording, it sounded like, you know, you would have had to get that, you know, it happened too fast to pull up your phone and start recording the actual incident. So again, it sounds like from what they're telling me, if we're going to see this, we're either going to see it from observers who were already recording, or if ICE agents were actually wearing and using body-worn cameras, because that's, again, something that's in question. They did tell a judge that they, in Chicago, were using body-worn camera, but then told press members that there was no video, and so a little bit of a tug of war there on whether or not they're actually recording themselves and their activities here.
And Corin, I know you've had a chance to talk to a lot of people. Obviously, we're waiting for official confirmation. What we're hearing at this point, other than the fact that it is an ICE-related shooting, is witness account. You mentioned the neighborhood. You're there, ground level. Is this strictly homes? Are there any businesses around, or does this look like just strictly residential?
Portland here, haven't seen a single business. It's all residential here, east and west of here. I know that they're, you know, we're not that far from 35W here, but not a whole lot of businesses in the immediate presence here on Portland, at least. But, you know, Powderhorn has businesses. Another council member walking past here. You know, they're not directly impacted here, though. The neighborhood is directly impacted by all these street closures here, because it is closed. Portland's closed at least from 32nd down to about 36th.
Right.
But again, no businesses in that area, only residential.
We do know we should be hearing an official statement, at least from the mayor's office, Corin. We were just notified the mayor will be holding a news conference at 12:15. So obviously, we know you'll be there, or one of our other reporters, to find out what they have to say, give us any new information. But since we checked in with you, the information obviously you ascertained brings us a little clearer picture, at least through the witness accounts you spoke with, about what happened here and how, as you said, this went down very quickly, and with the person who was shot, and then what happened after that.
And again, Corin, if you don't mind, obviously just kind of catching up folks who are just joining us now, we do want to clarify. Anything we can confirm right now is just that it's an ICE-related shooting, but you have had a chance to talk to some witnesses as we look at some of these cars that appear to be involved. If you don't mind, could you kind of tell us again what the witnesses have told you on the scene of what potentially may have actually happened here at 34th and Portland?
Yeah, like I said, I think I've talked to about 5 witnesses. None of them are, contradicting what the others are saying, but each of them had their own perspective on it. Mm-hmm. What they saw was, one of them saw an observer out here following ICE. They said that she was told by an ICE agent to leave the scene, and then, they went down the road. She did start leaving the scene. Some other ICE agents told her to pull over, and that's what they saw, one agent on either side. In fact, it sounds like we actually have some of that interview that I did, so let's go ahead and listen there to Aiden, who was a neighbor here.
Well, I have a 1 month at home, so I was just getting up. He had woken me up and was getting dressed when I heard all of the horns and the whistles. And I'd heard horns pass through before as people follow ICE vehicles through the city, but they stayed. They kept going, and so I figured whatever was happening right outside. So I started watching through the window. There was a red Honda Pilot, maroon, but there were 2 people in fatigues, ICE agents, presumably. One was by the passenger side of the vehicle, one was by the driver's side of the vehicle. And there was a handful of black and white SUVs, license plates on some of them, front license plates removed, parked sort of kittywampus in the street. And I watched as a third person in full camo come and pull several times on the door handle, at which point the red vehicle reversed a few feet and started driving around, and the person who was by the driver's side originally, not the man who pulled on the door, but who was originally there, shot through the driver's side window 3 times, and the car drove down the street a little bit more and then swerved into a car and then ultimately a telephone pole.
Okay. I think that's really all, because I'm not trying to get you to comment on that. You just saw this. Did you see an ambulance come? Did you?
An ambulance came a few minutes later. There was some delay getting the ambulance to the vehicle because of the number of ICE vehicles in the street, and sort of they slowly moved their SUVs and trucks out of the way. Somebody wearing a camo and a vest that just said police, I think they're ICE, but no identification. Grabbed an orange sort of OtterBox style case and ran up to the vehicle, and they pulled the person out and onto the boulevard before the ambulance got there.
When you saw it happen, was that vehicle still moving? Was it at all going towards an agent at that point? Or?
I mean, so the agents had been on either side, so they just backed up a few feet and then drove forward again. Somebody else said that the vehicle had been stuck in the snow a little bit. So they weren't driving at a person with any intention of hitting them. They were driving between.
Right, and Corin, we just heard the interview you had with the person, Aiden, who was there on the scene. The other people that echoed what he had to say, by and large, independently of that person.
Sorry if you guys are talking.
Yeah,
to me.
we can hear you.
No,
Yep,
we
just listened to the witness account of what he says he heard. Obviously, starting with the noise of the horns and the whistles, and if you're wondering what does he mean by that, kind of alluding to the fact because there has been this ICE presence, some of the observers and neighbors have essentially tried to make an alert that ICE is in town, is in the neighborhood, and that was kind of the trigger to tell people agents are in the neighborhood.
Right, and Corin, we heard his account, and I'm just wondering, is his account similar to the other folks you heard from, who were not maybe part of hearing what he had to say? Were they independent? By and large, were they pretty much the same statements you heard?
Yeah, so I'd say some of the people I've talked to that didn't want to talk on camera told me almost the same as Aiden did there, although, each person's story picks up at a different place. So Aiden did not see that person acting as an observer and being told to leave. Somebody else who lived down the street a little bit further saw that part of the story. She didn't see the shooting happen. But essentially, as you piece it together, as you walk down Portland Avenue here, that's kind of everybody's story sticks to that kind of straight chronological narrative of ICE coming down the street, ICE being pursued by folks who are blaring horns and blowing whistles, and then suddenly stopping here, which was unusual to all of them who have heard these horns and the whistles before. Apparently, Portland Avenue, used frequently by ICE vehicles, and therefore that is kind of a common occurrence for the folks in this neighborhood, is to hear the horns and the whistles. But this time it stopped, and that was the first and only time that that's happened. And so their attention was drawn out to the street as this was going down. And so each of them saw the caravan of ICE folks coming out here, and then each of them saw a different portion of kind of the interaction between ICE and the woman. So, first person sees the woman being told to get in her car and leave. Next few folks, I think I've talked to 5 people from 3 different houses. The next few folks saw the woman driving and being pursued, as Aiden said, by one person on either side of the vehicle, and then a third person coming up there. And then the last, they and the last person at the last house there observed the shooting, and then also observed the physician who was not allowed to come in here and render care to the victim.
Corin, I do want to interrupt you. We just got a statement from ICE, and I'm just going to read it to you live. It says, today, ICE officers in Minneapolis were conducting targeted operations when rioters began blocking ICE officers, and one of these violent rioters weaponized her vehicle, attempting to run over law enforcement officers in an attempt to kill them, an act of domestic terrorism. An ICE officer, fearing for his life, the lives of his fellow law enforcement, and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. They go on to say he used his training and saved his own life and that of his fellow officers. The alleged perpetrator was hit and is deceased. Thankfully, the ICE officers who were hurt are expected to make a full recovery. This is the direct consequence of constant attacks and demonizing of our officers by sanctuary politicians who fuel and encourage rampant assaults on our law enforcement, who are facing 1,300% increase in assaults against them, 8,000 increase in death threats. They go on to say this is an evolving situation. We will give the public more information as soon as it becomes available. So again, that statement coming just in from ICE, confirming ICE-related shooting, saying that victim is dead.
Yeah, you heard Aiden's account, and every eyewitness account that I have heard contradicts the statement that the ICE agents' lives were at risk. But that's why we are asking about video. That's why we're asking if some of the observers had the video, and whether the ICE agents are wearing the body-worn and using body-worn video, because that would help us know for sure. But again, I've talked to 5 eyewitnesses. All of them contradict the ICE statement that their agents were at risk when they started shooting.
Yeah, there are a lot of layers here. We are learning a lot more. This is obviously a volatile situation in the sense of news gathering, and it's happening very quickly. We're getting comments. We remind everyone, too, that we will be hearing from Mayor Jacob Frey and Chief Brian O'Hara at a 12:15 news conference. We'll, of course, bring that to you live when it happens. Corin, we also have video of Karen Scullin, one of our other reporters on the scene. She was also apparently involved with some of the pepper spraying that was going on.
Yeah, I believe we have the video if we can show that.
There you can see Karen wearing the blue jacket there, and it appears oh, it's just a still picture. All right.
Here. But Karen did say that they were there on the ground. She says protesters wouldn't let ICE leave, throwing things at the agents, chemical spray deployed, saying she just got hit. Her and a photographer saying, you know, this hurts bad, skin, eyes, lungs, and they are kind of waiting this out. And we watched that real time. It looked like that white vehicle was trying to leave. It started with looked like snow, maybe ice being thrown, and then getting in front of the vehicle and trying to block it from leaving in that alley. Looks like there's the chief right there.
Right, and we don't know if that's, we're showing video, of course, in some cases. This does appear to be a live picture, is that right? This is a live picture we're looking at right now? That is a live picture, so yeah, everything you're seeing right now is live. So we know that Minneapolis Police and the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office were also responding because of the incident involving ICE agents where a person was shot, and now we can confirm through ICE that that person is deceased.
Corin, if we still have you here, I know you've been covering obviously this over the last couple of days and last couple of weeks as politicians and city officials have been talking about knowing this was probably coming our way and the presence of ICE, and nearly every politician has talked about, even the police chief talking about, this was their worst fear, that things were going to escalate. From, you know, the governor's office all the way down to city council members, and I know you've talked to many of them, and this is what they were fearing potentially would happen. Not necessarily this exact situation, but just that things would escalate so much to this.
Absolutely, and you know, that I've heard them every time focus on this as the worst case scenario, whether it was, you know, an observer or an innocent bystander, completely innocent bystander, or an ICE agent being the one killed, that this is what the net result could be of an ICE surge where, you know, everywhere they go, they are a flashpoint. That's true when they were in DC, when they were in LA, when they were in Chicago, etc. And this is what they worried would happen. And, you know, like I said, it's a flashpoint. Everywhere they go, you know, there are folks who support them and there are folks who don't. And the folks who don't, a lot of them have trained to be constitutional observers so that they are not violating any state or federal laws as they come out and protest. But, you know, not every protester is trained, and even trained protesters sometimes will go beyond the lines. And so that is something that everybody was worried about, and that is, you know, apparently, you know, the death at least is confirmed now through ICE. And so that, you know, here we are in the worst case scenario, and you know, we're not at the end of this operation either, and so that could this may just be the first of more. So that you know, is something that I'm sure, you know, Mayor Frey will be focused on as he and Chief O'Hara give their statement here in about 30 minutes.
Corin, in the background behind you, we can certainly hear there's still some shouting, people maybe with bullhorns and that type of thing, the protests continuing. But from what you've been able to observe, does it look like it's now the bailiwick of Minneapolis Police, Hennepin County? Those are the folks who are by and large kind of controlling that area, and ICE has now moved out? Is that what you're kind of observing, or do you still see some ICE agents?
Yeah, Tom, I mean, where I'm standing on 33rd and Portland, I only see Minneapolis police officers. Let me walk away for a second. Yeah, there are still some ICE vehicles here. That doesn't mean there are agents here. I can, you know, some of their vehicles still here. That doesn't mean that they haven't left. Those may be, you know, the
part of the crime scene, right? We're losing Corin's
some of the crime scene, possibly.
There we go. You're back.
You're fine. I got it now.
Okay, it's back. Yeah.
Having some issues again. We will work on that. As you were looking at live pictures again here, kind of two different areas of the scene. The smaller box you're looking at is the area that has the cars that appear to be involved in this now deadly ICE-related shooting. There's a black car, a white car, and a red car. We've been hearing a lot about the red car. According to witnesses, it was this victim who was in the red car involved in this situation. And then obviously the bigger picture you see just down the road, a larger gathering of folks there at Portland and 34th.
We were told by, we at least heard from the witness Aven, who Corin spoke with, that it was the vehicle you see just beyond the police vehicle there and the white car, a kind of maroon colored Honda Pilot. That's believed to be the vehicle that this person, this constitutional observer, was in. And as ICE, in their account, we have a statement from ICE. We'll put that up for you and show you exactly what they said again.
So this just coming in, and this is our first official confirmation that this is indeed deadly. So this statement coming to us from ICE, saying today ICE officers in Minneapolis were conducting targeted operations when rioters began blocking ICE officers, and one of those violent rioters weaponized her vehicle, attempting to run over our law enforcement officers in an attempt to kill them, an act of domestic terrorism. An ICE officer, fearing for his life and the lives of his fellow law enforcement and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training and saved his own life and that of his fellow officers. Statement goes on to say the alleged perpetrator was hit and is deceased. Thankfully, the ICE officers who were hurt are expected to make a full recovery. This is the direct consequence of constant attacks and demonization of our officers by sanctuary politicians who fuel and encourage rampant assaults on our law enforcement, who are facing 1,300% increase in assaults against them and an 8,000% increase in death threats. This is an evolving situation. We will give the public more information as soon as it becomes available. Again, that is the statement coming to us from ICE.
And we know, Corin, you're chatting with us right now in a fixed location. Are they allowing media to move around the area? Are you being restricted in any way from getting to where you need to be to cover the story?
Well, no, I'm not being restricted in any way more than, you know, the general public is. So, you know, the streets are blocked off here. Portland especially is blocked off. To try to find the photojournalist I'm working with, Russ Wiesman, I had to go through an alleyway because I was closer to 34th, where I saw a lot of the activity over there and where I was talking to most of the witnesses over there. But to get up to 33rd, where Russ was, I needed to get into the alleyway. So, you know, it's not a free-for-all out here, but it's definitely, you know, it's passable.
And again, just going back to that ICE statement, obviously that is ICE's account. We should say that we have spoken with several witnesses. Corin, you have spoken with several witnesses who you had said earlier too. That is not the story they're telling you. Not that ICE officials were in danger, and frankly, kind of the opposite from what you're hearing from people on the ground, is that presumably this observer, according to your witnesses, was not threatening the officers. Again, we will likely hear a lot more. This is continuously coming down. We're continuing to learn more information, awaiting a press conference at 12:15 from city officials.
The one thing, Corin, we know that the person who you interviewed, Aven, talked about the person turning to drive away. We don't know what that means. In our mind's eye, we might think it's a small turn. It might have been a larger turn. We don't know that. That's why I'm sure in their police gathering, they're looking for people who have video of exactly what happened.
Or potentially, too, obviously, Corin, this is a neighborhood. Maybe one of these homes have, you know, the Ring cameras out front. Or, you know, all of this is part of the investigation, and talking to as many people as possible, obviously talking to agents who are on the ground as well. Corin, again, kind of resetting where you are and what you're seeing, still seeing a heavy police presence from Minneapolis police, presumably?
Yeah, I will say that's starting to break up now, too. We're on 33rd. Portland is the street where the main activity is, and starting to see some tow trucks arrive here as well. So, you know, we're getting a little closer to having this scene completely cleared, and it does seem like, you know, crowd has come, and the crowd remains to some extent, but is not as large as it was earlier. Again, the police numbers here have seemed to dwindle as well. A lot of the neighbors to whom I've talked were standing out on their sidewalks and watching everything as the investigation played out as well. Many of them seem to have gone back into their homes. And I do want to emphasize, we heard from Aven, who said specifically that, you know, there was no threat to ICE agents. But I did talk to, you know, I think it was 4 other folks who live up and down this way. One of them did say something that kind of seems to at least somewhat match the description that ICE gave of this scenario here to some extent. He said that the agents were never at risk, but he did say that one of them, one of the agents tried to slide to the front of the car, and that is when the person who was still on the side opened fire as the third agent kind of slid to the front of the car. And so that could be, in his mind, he said that could have been perceived as a threat, although in his mind there was no threat. In fact, he told me he thought the agent was trying to create a threat to create the opportunity for this. I cannot, you know, obviously say that that's something that really happened, but that was his perception of the event that he witnessed.
Again, and this is why it's so important, obviously, as officers are on the ground, investigators are on the ground, trying to get as many eyewitness accounts, as many videos, pictures, obviously collecting anything from the vehicles. You can see, we've seen, you know, collector evidence markers, trying to piece together what happened and what transpired there this morning in this residential area.
And we have video, Corin, and I don't know if you were able to observe this from being out there, of what appears to be the shell casings and some of the evidence markers on the ground there near that area, where we are told, at least I think by a couple of your witnesses, that there were at least 3 shots, they believe, fired into that vehicle, killing the woman who was behind the wheel.
Yeah, that's what they heard, was 3 gunshots fired. And so, yeah, if you're seeing 3 shells, that would match their description of what they witnessed as well.
And again, here we are awaiting a press conference at 12:15. We understand Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey will be there. Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara will be there. Presumably other state and local leaders, as well, as we are working to learn more information about what happened here, what will happen now in the minutes, hours, days to come, as this is really just the start of this investigation. If we can quickly just pull up the map again, just to give people an idea of where this is. This is East 34th Street and Portland Avenue in Minneapolis. Again, we've been talking about how this is very much a residential area, and you can see that in the pictures. It's home after home after home. There it is on the map, off of 35W, Powderhorn Park, not too far from that. And neighbors said that they, heard this all happen this morning, kind of alerted with these horns and whistles of what has been now basically a caravan following ICE agents, alerting neighbors that potentially they're in the neighborhood.
And Corin, in your interview with the young man, new father, sounds like, Aiden, he seemed very matter-of-fact in his account of what happened. What was the tone, what was the temperament of the other folks who you spoke with? Were they just recounting what they saw, or were they offering up any of their own ideology as they were telling you?
Oh, I could hear ideology there. I try to remove ideology from my descriptions as much as possible, but they definitely were upset. One of them was in tears. He had seen the woman. He said she had been hit in the face, and he was very upset because he was also one of those who saw the physician trying to get in to help, and he thought that every second counted in that situation, and that without them allowing the physician in, they delayed the woman getting care by at least 10 minutes, he said. So he was very upset. He was upset that they were here, and he was upset at what he saw. He is absolutely, though, the one who told me that he saw an ICE agent kind of going around to the front of the car as this kind of right as this all went down. And so he's the one eyewitness statement that I've gotten that kind of sort of matches the description that ICE has recently given us.
Corin, again, obviously this is witness account, but if you could, if someone's just now tuning in and wondering what is he talking about with a physician, you heard from some folks that potentially a physician was there and looking to render aid to this victim.
That's right. They said that a doctor had walked up to the police line over there at 34th and Portland, and knew that there had been an issue here and was trying to get in to render aid, but it was the only law enforcement who were here at the time were ICE, they said, and those agents would not allow the physician in. The physician was pretty adamant, repeating, "I'm a physician, I'm here to help, please let me help." But they refused to let him in, and so that woman, you heard Aiden kind of describe like an orange, like a briefcase, essentially. So he said that he thought that might have been their first aid kit, but that he didn't see them use it. And then they just kind of set the woman down on the sidewalk and waited for the ambulance to arrive. The ambulance did eventually arrive. They said 10 or 15 minutes later. And then the ambulance could not get down there to where the victim was at that point lying on the ground. And so a few agents just kind of carried her, as they described it, her limp body out to where the ambulance was so that they could take her away from here. And so, yeah, that's what they saw as far as rendering aid. The entire time the physician, they said, was trying to help. But, what did the agents know about that person? I don't know if there was an ID or anything like that.
Sure.
But yeah, 10 or 15 minutes without an ambulance arriving, and then a little bit longer to get the body out to the ambulance because of the blocked streets and the vehicles that were blocking the path.
We know, Corin, by the accounts from the Trump administration, that there are some 2,000 ICE agents now converging on Minneapolis as part of this immigration effort. Do we have any idea as far as the protest numbers, and or in this case it sounds like the woman who was shot today apparently by an ICE agent, as confirmed by ICE's website. Do we know how many constitutional observers might be available to those folks who are trying to keep tabs on what's going on with the ICE operation?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I know that they have, they're literally in town right now training people to be constitutional observers. I don't know the number of folks who have been trained. I don't know the number of folks who have not been trained and want to be observers. I can tell you, out here I haven't seen more than, probably several dozen folks who are, gathered around the lines here. Probably just a few dozen of them who are actually not neighbors who live here and are concerned about what's happening in their neighborhood. So I would say, I don't know how many of the ICE agents were actually out here at the time, but it sounds like they may have outnumbered the number of observers out here.
And that is one of the questions too, and we don't know the answer, and frankly I'm not sure when or if we will get it. What was the initial response? Obviously ICE is in town, we know that. Who were they potentially looking for? this morning. Was it on that block? We don't know. Were they en route to somewhere else and something changed? We don't know at this point, and we will continue to work and try to figure out as much as possible. But Corin, I know you know this. The administration talking about that this is the largest immigration operation, and they had said and stressed yesterday they will be here until they feel like the job is done. Obviously, this ups the ante for everything, and it'll be interesting to see.
I can't hear you right now.
Sure. Obviously, it'll be interesting to see what happens going forward, not only in Minneapolis, but here in Minnesota, across the country, and just the tone of something like this.
That's right. This is something that they knew could be a scenario that could play out. Whether they knew it would happen at this point, we don't know if they have what they are going to do, how they're going to mitigate some of these issues, or what they're going to do now. But it certainly changes the playbook, you would think, on either side, now that someone has been killed as part of the ICE operations here in our area.
Well, and local officials and frankly, national officials too, everyone has talked about that this is the worst case scenario. No one wants this to happen. Right. And a lot of questions remain. A lot of questions remain about what exactly happened, about how this all started, and then what happens now. There's been a lot of talk of witness account versus what ICE is saying versus what actually happened, and where that lies. The big question is there video, and not necessarily that most people want to see that video, but is there video, and where that looks. At what point did the video start? Were agents wearing body camera footage, video cameras? We don't know at this point. Again, we're working to get as many answers to the questions that you have at home that we have here, hoping to get some information at this 12:15 presser that we are waiting from City Hall.
And we do know this area, as you can see, it's a residential area, and from all accounts on the ground, it is all you're talking about homes here. So there's a good chance in that area somebody, if not a lot of people, have their Ring doorbell cameras, or a doorbell camera that has a camera on it. Doesn't have to necessarily be that brand, but that may have captured what has happened in this area as this shooting went down. Now, how far back are we now? Almost 2 hours?
At least
2 hours to when this all took place. So obviously we know that's part of police work, and that's what they'll be doing. Corin was telling us he did speak with one of the witnesses he spoke with, who had some video he was going to send him. Whether he has been able to get that video to Corin yet, we don't know. But we do have at least maybe one source of video that we will, as soon as we get it, we'll certainly share it.
And again, you're just looking at, these are live pictures right now, so this is still the active situation. This is still what the scene looks like right now at 34th and Portland in Minneapolis. That lower, the smaller box in the upper corner is the car, presumably the car involved here. Pretty confident in saying that is the vehicle that the woman, the victim, was driving. A lot of focus on that, and then the bigger picture here is kind of what it looks like in the neighborhood a little bit just down the street here. And again, Corin saying it looks like potentially police presence decreasing just a little bit, and I would say just even to the naked eye, it looks like the crowd has gone down.
Dispersed a fair amount.
Yes.
From the time we've been on the air, you can tell that things have. There's just not much else going on right now, and Corin wasn't sure if some of the ICE vehicles were still there. We did observe what appeared to be a smaller caravan of ICE vehicles leaving the area. One of those vehicles, we had a camera on the ground. Our photographer was there, along with Karen Scullin, one of our reporters, and it appeared that there were some protesters trying to detain that ICE vehicle from leaving, using their bodies as shields, trying to stop the vehicle from driving off by getting in front of the vehicle. That's when it appeared two ICE agents got out of the vehicle and then used some chemical irritants to disperse the crowd. You saw a number of people, in fact, our own photographer and our own reporter, having some of the repercussions from some of the irritants that were sprayed.
Sure, and again, we received that statement from ICE, and they said they too will update us as they learn more and gather more information. We are also awaiting this press conference set to take place in 7 minutes or so at 12:15. That is happening from Minneapolis City Hall. We understand the mayor will be there, the police chief will be there, several other city officials. No word if the governor will be there. Again, we will wait and see who is there, but obviously they are gathering as much as they can, trying to not only figure out the investigation, but also obviously maybe calm the potential, the temperature a little bit here in the city as we see what happens and happens over the next couple hours. And
Homeland Security posting what we had read, and we have a graphic of what their statement was about 23 minutes ago. Our own Karen Skolin posting from Fox 9, one of our reporters here, about 39 minutes ago, saying that protesters wouldn't let ICE leave, throwing things at ICE agents. Chemical spray was then deployed, got hit just being nearby. That stuff hurts bad, skin, eyes, lungs, and says waiting it out. And then we do have a video of when that, it appears the pepper spray or the chemical irritant was deployed, and you can see people reacting obviously to that. But that's a first-hand account from one of our reporters on the scene, Karen Skolin.
Yeah, there's a picture of Karen's there in the blue coat, and we kind of watched that live real time here. Again, 45 minutes or so ago, and it did appear that the ICE vehicle was able to get out after this all kind of happened. That was an intense couple of moments. It has calmed down significantly, and it appeared that it just was in that one little area. It was an alleyway where an officer was trying to get out of the scene, it appears, and protesters there on the scene were blocking them. We haven't seen anything since that moment.
And in this case, we know that Minneapolis police had said that they would not be a part of any of the ICE operations, which they were not at the time. But they did respond after the shooting happened, obviously their jurisdiction, to find out and to certainly investigate what happened at the scene. Hence, you can see all of the yellow police tape. That is the tape that was put up by the Minneapolis Police Department, and now they're the ones who are trying to take care of crowd control of the crime scene. As you can see, the crime scene is still taped off there. That maroon-colored Honda Pilot, we understand, is the vehicle that this constitutional observer was in, who ended up being shot and killed by one of the ICE agents.
And again, if you are just tuning in right now, we continue to follow this very active, very developing situation in Minneapolis. This is East 34th Street and Portland Avenue, not far from Powderhorn Park. If you're familiar with the area, a residential area, confirming here now that an ICE officer shot and killed a woman. ICE saying as she attempted to run over the agents there on the scene. ICE saying that officers did what they had to do to protect themselves and others, saying that this person, this rioter, protester, as they say, quote, attempted to run over law enforcement officers in an attempt to kill them, an act of domestic terrorism. They go on to say that he feared for his life and opened fire. Again, from witness accounts, it sounds like maybe it was 3 shots, and that seems to coincide with what we have been seeing on the scene.
With the bullet casings and markers around the vehicle there. And it was actually a ways away from the vehicle. It sounds like the vehicle drove off a ways away from where that shooting took place and then crashed into, and you could see where it ended up.
And that is the vehicle that you're looking at there at the top corner.
We should also note that the people who Corn spoke with, the people living up and down that area of Portland Avenue, had a different vantage point, as Corn put it. Obviously, they live in different houses, they're in different parts of that street, and they all saw different things. They maybe didn't see something as close, maybe someone was closer than the other. So all these accounts, we have to, we understand how they're giving us their witness, their account of what they witnessed, but we have to remember vantage point and a lot of things that go into that and what you see and what happened.
And also when they encountered the situation, you know, at what point did they look out the window and see what was happening in their, you know, in their front yard, essentially. Again, a live look right now. Now, this is a little bit away from the shooting scene, if you will, away from the vehicles. Obviously, Minneapolis police are on hand. We know the Sheriff's Department has deputies there as well, as they are having that kind of line preventing people from coming into the crime scene. And Minneapolis police, along with the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, saying at this point we are there to assist. We've talked a lot about this. The police chief and the sheriff has talked a lot about we are not participating in enforcement, in immigration enforcement, but we will be there to protect the city and anything that potentially happens following an ICE immigration operation. So obviously they are now there. The police chief had talked about it, of if there is a public safety issue, that is where we jump in. That is our role. And obviously now that there is a fatality, a fatal shooting, that they are getting involved.
We want to go back to our chopper shot real quick if we can, before we lose that. We could see now that they have also, we have the police tape. You can see the yellow police tape cordoning off that whole area, but they've also now, as you could see in the shot before this, they were bringing in the metal fencing, temporary fencing, to make more of a barrier to keep the crowd away from the scene. One thing to have tape, anyone can go under tape. A metal fence is a little different.
And again, this is a neighborhood. This is a residential area, so at some point, obviously, people need to get back into their homes, and obviously that will be what we watch going forward. What you're looking at here is just our camera from the City Hall as we await this press conference from Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey. We know the police chief Brian O'Hara will be there, potentially other city officials, maybe even state officials. I do want to just mention that Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty had issued a statement saying, quote, "We are aware of the shooting at 34th and Portland. We have been in contact with law enforcement, the Attorney General, the Governor's office throughout the morning, and we are pushing hard for a local investigation, which is the only way to ensure full transparency and review by our office. We will use every available level to ensure a local, transparent investigation takes place." So again, we are just at the early stages of this. There is a lot of unknowns going forward.
Well, I can tell you, I'm not going to tell you the source, but I'm watching video right now on X showing somebody was videoing that maroon car that we see that pilot driving off. So they were recording as all this happened. It did appear to speed away very quickly in this video. So we know we have at least this video source. You can imagine there are several others because you can see other people standing next to this person who was shooting this video. So again, at least we know we've got something out there. That's what the police, we know the Chief O'Hara was out there with his officers. You know they're gathering this information, this video, all the pieces to the puzzle, so they can figure out exactly what happened here, how this person ended up dying at the hands of an ICE officer.
And we know, obviously, Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem was in town. She was in St. Paul yesterday, part of this operation, this immigration operation. She was involved in at least one of the arrests yesterday in St. Paul. I understand she is now in Texas, and she's actually holding a press conference right now talking about a number of topics, but she did take questions about it and asked about what has happened here in Minneapolis, and she said it was an act of domestic terrorism, saying agents were trying to move their vehicle out of the snow when the woman attacked them. Again, that is what she's saying in a press conference right now, kind of mimicking what the official press conference or official statement from ICE, saying that the ICE agents were trying to protect themselves and others.
We know that this is something that Mayor Frey and police chief had talked about before all of this started to kind of ratchet up. Initially, they were not in support, obviously, as we have reported, that they would want to assist in any way the ICE operations, but they did warn that there could be a worst case scenario. This being the worst case scenario, with the ratcheting up of the ICE agents, with the churning up of all of the noise, if you will, all of what's going on with this operation, and the fact that it is starting to kind of ratchet up.
For sure, and kind of the irony of the police chief actually had his essentially end of the year review yesterday, talking about all the things within the police department, the highs, the lows, and everything in between. And he was asked about ICE enforcement and agents being in town, and talked about how he was worried that something was going to happen, and said, please, let's not make this worse. Let's not do anything to make this worse. Obviously, everybody has talked about this is the worst case scenario, and their fear that something like this was going to happen. Just yesterday, Brian O'Hara, the chief, talked about this was a concern.
And here we are now at 12:19, still awaiting this news conference from city involvement happening over at City Hall with Mayor Jacob Frey, also the police chief Brian O'Hara. You can see we are set up there ready to bring that to you as soon as it happens, so we can learn more, at least from our local authorities, our government, also from our police chief, what they have ascertained, what they have learned. But there's all kinds of information coming across now, of course, with the advent of social media. There are a lot of videos that I've already been watching now of what happened earlier.
And some of them, just tread lightly. Some of them show the victim, and obviously deceased now that we know. So just be advised. At this point, again, this is all coinciding. As we know, we are essentially at the epicenter of the largest immigration operation ever here in Minnesota. The Trump administration, the Department of Homeland Security, saying this is the focus right now. We know upwards of some 2,000 agents are in town right now, and were before this. Arguably, maybe more will be coming depending on what happens here. But talking about that this was going to be their spot right now, as they were going to really crack down on immigration, and as the administration has said, go after the worst of the worst, and knew that this was going to be a while, and said that they would be here as long as it takes. Obviously, our state leaders and senators and representatives kind of had talked about this, knew this was coming, and
see some movement here now. You're watching this with us. This is from our chopper shot. We don't know if some of those vehicles being moved out of the area were at one time ICE agent vehicles. It's very possible. Corin Hoggard, our reporter on the scene who's on the ground, was telling us it appeared most of the personnel as far as ICE agents had left the area, but some of their vehicles were still behind. We did see a caravan of some of the ICE vehicles, what appeared to be the ICE vehicles, the typical black and white SUVs, going down the street at one point, leaving the area. That's where the one incident happened, where we were on the ground with our camera, and the protesters were trying to keep that ICE vehicle from leaving. But now you can see some of these vehicles if that was an ICE vehicle, it looks like they're trying to clear that scene of those vehicles.
And it has been kind of hard to tell. Obviously, this is an active situation, and we know that not only here but in other cities too, some of the ICE agents are using different cars, so not rolling up in a squad car. So it's hard to know what exactly is what, and who is with different agencies and the like. But clearly there is still a presence here at 34th and Portland, and will be for some time, even after people leave, even after people disperse. This is an active crime scene, not only here for obviously the city of Minneapolis, but federally.
Right.
And so this will definitely continue to be a crime scene and an active investigation for quite some time.
We can tell by what we've observed and what Corin Hoggard, our reporter on the scene, was able to observe on the ground, that it is now apparently the jurisdiction of the Minneapolis Police Department. You can see that they have taped off this area. They have the temporary barriers there with the metal fencing. And you can see a line of officers there keeping the crowd from going down the street. But that is clearly, the investigation is now under their purvey, and they're the ones who will be looking into all of this and figuring out what happened. Again, we may get some more pieces to the puzzle with this news conference we're waiting on, coming down any time now. We were told 12:15. We know things happen and there may be a delay in getting to the microphones, but we are waiting to hear from Mayor Jacob Frey and Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara to tell us more, fill us in more as to what they have learned and what they can tell us.
Right, and we don't know if the mayor was there on the scene, but we did see the chief there, so, and not all that long ago, so it might just be getting from the scene to City Hall and doing a debrief there. We don't know if any other officials are expected to talk. We do know that several city council members were seen at the scene. We know that nearly every local and statewide politician has commented on this, talking about they are aware, they've been briefed, and working to gather more information and hoping to learn more, obviously from the governor's office all the way down to Minneapolis City Council members as well.
We can't see it. It does look like most people now are behind that barrier. We did see more people lined up along the street behind the police tape, but it does appear that they're now behind this kind of temporary metal fence barrier. And from what we understand, there's still a lot of shouting, a lot of yelling, and we don't know if anything's being thrown at officers, but we do know that certainly this crowd is not happy.
And we do know that there were some tense moments earlier, as we've been talking about, and if you've been with us here this whole time, you saw it live happening as it appeared. ICE agents, or at least some, were trying to leave the scene, and folks there at the scene started throwing objects at the cars and at officers. It looked from our vantage point that it started with snow and then potentially something else escalating. Presumably pepper spray was used at one point. We saw, obviously, our own crew was in the middle of all of that. Eventually it looked like people were kind of trying to barricade that car and trying to prevent it from leaving one of the alleys. It did get through, and that really was the only situation, at least that we have seen from the scene. Things have, all intents and purposes, calmed down, if you will, as far as tensions between those out there protesting and those law enforcement officials.
Right, and that's our observation right now. Again, just the rancor, the people yelling and shouting. Very different from, actually physically trying to get involved with the vehicle trying to remove itself from that area. Again, we're still waiting for you. We'll bring it to you as soon as we can. But the microphones are set up. They're ready to go. I'm sure they're still kind of going over what will be said, who will be saying it. There's a lot of, obviously, this is all happening in real time. There is no playbook for this. This is something that they've all been piecing together, and will hopefully share with all of us so that we can learn more information. But we do know that this is the largest operation of its kind. The administration saying that there would be 2,000 officers plus here, some under the guidance of trying to they were going to be taking part in the immigration enforcement. Others were also looking into, we reported, to some of the Somali issues and with possible fraud that's going on. Some 600 agents will be looking into that. And Kristi Noem saying that they would not leave the area until they had resolved these issues.
Homeland Security Secretary Noem just was involved in a different press conference out of Texas, but I do want to read what she said when she was asked about what happened here this morning. She says it was an act of domestic terrorism. What happened was our ICE officers were out in enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them, those surrounding them, and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. She goes on to say an officer of ours acted quickly and defensively shot to protect himself and the people around him. My understanding, she says, is that she, the victim, was hit and is deceased. This goes to show the assaults on our ICE officers and law enforcement are under every single day. These vehicle rammings are domestic acts of terrorism. We will continue to protect our ICE officers. You've seen me in the last couple of days deploy more than 2,000 officers to the Minneapolis area. She says in the last 2 days, we have arrested hundreds of dangerous criminals. We're going to continue to do our work The act, like we saw today, of using a vehicle to try to kill an officer and his colleagues is something that every politician, every elected official, everyone in this country should be able to rally around and say is wrong. Sanctuary cities, she says, and sanctuary states that protect individuals who do that should no longer be allowed. Domestic act of terrorism like this will not stand. Again, that is from Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem in reference to what happened here this morning.
And we know as of yesterday, she was in our area with boots on the ground herself here, commenting on Homeland Security webpage, talking to one of the detainees, saying to that person, you will be held accountable for your crimes. We understand we're getting closer to hearing from both Mayor Jacob Frey and Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara at this news conference. We're given maybe the 2-minute warning, that type of thing, but we're getting very close now to hearing what they have to say.
So as soon as that happens, obviously, as soon as we see the mayor or the police chief step to the podium, we will listen and take it to you live, as there's still, again, so many unanswered questions at this point about what all happened here, what happened to initiate this encounter, this interaction between ICE agents and this now deceased female, this deceased woman, and exactly what happened. And again, big questions as to what happens now, not only here in Minneapolis, but across the country.
How will this change things go moving forward as we now have someone who has lost their life? But we, again, we're still, there are a lot of pieces to this very large puzzle, a lot of layers to what has happened here. And there you see the vehicle. You can hear some of the, you can hear now, we have some of the audio of people there on the street. This is Portland. As you're looking at the people who are lined up here, this would be Portland Avenue going let's see, it would be horizontal. And there's our we're losing our chopper there, but there is this. Yep, there's the scene from this is the vehicle that apparently this constitutional observer was in when that person, this woman, was shot.
And again, you know, if you are following along, if you've been following on social media accounts, there is a lot of video out there. There's a lot of video from different vantage points of different people who are in this area. This is a residential area. This was, you know, again, I don't know the exact time, but, you know, mid-morning, and there was a lot of noise. So there are a lot of different videos out there showing what happened post, what happened, you know, everything that transpired. We are working to verify information. We are working to verify videos and make sure that we feel confident in what we show over the air as a news organization as well.
We're also observing, you could see on those folks who are walking by the crime scene, they're FBI. You can see that clearly on their uniform, or at least what they're wearing. You can see the bold initials FBI. So we know now, obviously, this is something that's on a national scale, the FBI would be certainly investigating.
And that's kind of what we were alluding to. This is no longer just a Minneapolis police investigation. Obviously, Minneapolis is involved. No doubt it happened within the city, but this is far greater than just Minneapolis and just obviously the state, as we work to learn more, gather more information. Again, waiting for this press conference from city officials. We have heard from ICE. We are still waiting to exactly figure out what happens now. The big question too, we've talked about this a lot. Our reporter Corin talking about body camera video. Were agents wearing them? We don't know. There's a lot of unknowns at this point.
A lot of unknowns, and we have heard that not all of the agents are wearing body camera videos. We don't know what the protocol is, who was wearing them, who is not. We just simply don't know. We may get those answers. We could tell Minneapolis police from the get-go were part of the crowd control here and roping off the area, but as you can see now, it is more of a FBI operation as far as the investigation goes, as far as this being a federal incident, since we have ICE agents who are federal agents.
And again, from ICE, the latest that we have received from ICE is that one person is dead. Presumably the person who was driving that car is, from what we are gathering from both the ICE statement and also witnesses on the ground. The administration, the Department of Homeland Security, saying that no officers were hurt, or if they were, they will recover from their injuries, and saying that they acted to protect themselves and others around them. So that is the update too that we have received from ICE at this point, involving this deadly shooting in Minneapolis. Again, this is at East 34th Street and Portland Avenue, not far from 35 and Powderhorn Park. Clearly a residential area as folks were waking up here this morning. We heard from one witness. He's got a 1-year-old at home, says the baby woke him up and heard a lot of commotion and heard a lot of noise and looked out and started to see what was happening here in his neighborhood.
And again, new video is popping up every time I refresh my phone. You can find all kinds of video of what happened here. So you know that the FBI and others will be looking at all of that to ascertain exactly how this all went down. We've heard from our reporter on the ground, Corin Hoggard, who heard from some witnesses. We don't know their vantage point, how close they were to all this. We heard their accounts, but now you get a very good idea with some of these accounts where video was taken very close to where this all happened. And people were rolling as all of this went down.
And no doubt that's going to be part of the investigation. And obviously, as we mentioned, agents will be on the scene for hours, collecting as much information, as many of those videos as they can, talking to a lot of people. To your point, Tom, you know, some people, at what point did you enter in this scene? At what point did these witnesses see what they saw? Again, we are still awaiting this press conference from City Hall, Minneapolis City Hall. The mayor is expected to speak. The police chief is expected to speak. Not sure if anyone else will be there. We know that we saw nearly every city council member at the scene earlier here this morning, pretty quickly after all of this went down.
Right. And we're now being told 1 minute to this news conference, so we'll, of course, stay with it until that happens. We have also heard from all of the usual suspects, the politicians in the state, from obviously the mayor's office. We've heard also from the governor's office. We've heard from Senator Smith and Senator Klobuchar. And now it looks like this news conference is happening. Let's go ahead and take it live.
There's a lot of information that is swirling around right now, and we collectively are going to do everything possible to get to the bottom of this, to get justice, and to make sure that there is an investigation that is conducted in full. But what we do know is that a 37-year-old woman is dead and that she was shot by ICE. We've dreaded this moment since the early stages of this ICE presence in Minneapolis. Not only is this a concern that we've had internally, we've been talking about it. They are not here to cause safety in this city.
I hear like
they are doing is causing chaos and distrust. They're ripping families apart. They're sowing chaos on our streets. And in this case, quite literally killing people. So they are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is bullshit. This was an agent recklessly using power that resulted in somebody dying, getting killed. As soon as it happened and we learned of the incident, we had several priorities. The first, of course, was to get the victim to the hospital and to get care as soon as possible. And to the family, I'm so deeply sorry. There's nothing that I can say right now that's going to make you or your relatives or the friends of the victim feel any better. There were, I believe, 2 Minneapolis police officers that responded and were in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. The second was to get ICE off of the scene. There were dozens, if not hundreds, of ICE and federal officers that were there at the time. Having them there was only causing more chaos. Having them there was only making a difficult situation even more problematic, and one that, yes, they created themselves. There's little I can say, again, that'll make this situation better, but I do have a message for our community, for our city, and I have a message for ICE. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite. People are being hurt. Families are being ripped apart. Long-term Minneapolis residents that have contributed so greatly to our city, to our culture, to our economy are being terrorized, and now somebody is dead. That's on you. And it's also on you to leave. It's on you to make sure that further damage, further loss of life and injury is not done. We're going to be working towards justice as quickly as we possibly can right now, and justice is what we've all got to get. Next, the message to our community. Look, we all know that the agenda of this Trump administration is to create chaos. Let us respond right now with our best versions of self. This is a moment where all of us in Minneapolis and beyond, we can rise to the occasion. We can show them who we are. We can show them the kind of courage, bravery, love, and compassion that makes Minneapolis, Minneapolis, and that makes America, America. We are better than a bunch of ICE agents being deployed to cities around the country and ripping apart families and communities. We're better than that. And so we are going to meet that hate with love. We are going to meet that despair with hope. We are going to meet that injustice with constitutional justice ourselves. And we're going to make sure that in this very difficult moment, we do not take the bait that these ICE agents are trying to create and that the federal government, to be clear, wants. They want us to respond in a way that creates a military occupation in our city. They want an excuse to come in and show the kind of force that will create more chaos and more despair. Let's not let them. Let's rise to this occasion. Let's show them something far more beautiful than the kind of division that they're trying to stoke. Let's show them unity of purpose, of love, and the courage of our conviction. Our conviction, to be clear, is rock solid, and it is for our neighbors, all of our neighbors. It's for people who have lived here for 80 years. It is for new immigrants who have made this city a better place. That's the kind of love that we're going to show up with right now. If you're angry, I get it. I am too. If you're feeling that kind of despair, it's understandable. Let's show them who we can be. Let's show up with peace. To march, to protest, to hug one another, to love all the way with peace. Do not give them what they want. Finally, we've got a lot of work that needs to happen right now to make sure that, first, of course, the scene was secured as much as possible, that we were able to get the victim, now deceased, to the hospital. We've got a lot of work to do in the coming days. I want to thank our city enterprise for the work that they have done, but more importantly, what they're about to do, because this is going to be heavy and our city has been through a lot. We also know that we're prepared to do right for people. Among them is our chief of police. I'll invite him up.
My name is Brian O'Hara, BRIANO''HARA. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. This morning, Minneapolis police officers received a report of federal law enforcement being involved in a deadly force incident, meaning shots had been fired. Minneapolis police officers responded to the scene. We arrived and found a woman with a gunshot wound to the head. Life-saving measures were performed at the scene, including CPR. The woman was transported to Hennepin County Medical Center, where she has since been pronounced deceased. The preliminary information that we have indicates that this woman was in her vehicle and was blocking the roadway on Portland Avenue, midway between 33rd Street and 34th Street in the city. At some point, a federal law enforcement officer approached her on foot, and the vehicle began to drive off. At least 2 shots were fired. The vehicle then crashed on the side of the roadway. Minneapolis police officers secured the crime scene and assisted in trying to preserve the evidence that is there. We have since turned over the scene both to the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well as the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, which will be conducting an investigation into this use of deadly force. I want to thank the mayor, city council president, other members of the city council, state legislators that were on the scene. This has been a very difficult time for everyone in the city. And this is obviously a very, very tragic situation where a woman has lost her life. That being said, in addition to this tragedy, which unfortunately we did predict, we were seriously concerned about further escalation from the scene. And I want to thank the elected officials that came themselves to help us prevent that from happening, as well as the individuals on that scene that remained peaceful and that abided by law enforcement instructions so that we could preserve that scene and ensure that a full and transparent investigation can take place. That being said, I just echo the mayor's comments that we ask that the community continue to call for peace. We understand people are going to be upset about what happened, and people are going to want to exercise their First Amendment rights. But please do so safely and lawfully to ensure that we do not have any further tragedy in this city or destruction. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, council members. Commissioner, I'll open it to questions.
Any idea on the identity of the ICE officer who fired the shots at this point?
I don't have that information, no. The question was, is there an identity of the ICE officer that fired? I do not have that.
Mayor, sorry, we're hearing the ICE officer stopped a position from helping the lady who was shot. Is that true? We've seen videos all over social media that someone tried to help this lady, and they were told, they were pointing guns at and told to get away. Do you know about that at all?
So the question was, there's information out there that people tried to help the woman that was shot, and ICE officers then pointed guns at them and told them to leave. I do not have that information. I myself saw a video of the shots being fired as the car was driving away. What I can tell you is the narrative that this was just done in self-defense is a garbage narrative. That is not true. It has no truth. And it needs to be stated very clearly, since we have already seen a video of it. I do not know as to what you're talking about.
So, Mayor, she wasn't driving.
Over here.
She wasn't driving the car toward him, using her vehicle as a weapon.
That does not appear to be the case at all.
What's the city's protocol when an observer or an activist calls 911? They say an agent's phone or an agent's pointing a gun at them. How does the city of Minneapolis handle that situation going forward, considering that?
Repeat it one more time. I missed the first part of what you said. I'll turn it over to the chief. Yeah.
What does the city do if someone calls 911 and a federal agent's pointing a gun at them? That sort of thing.
I'll turn it over to the chief. The question is, what does someone do when a federal agent is pointing a gun at them? Chief.
So, if I heard you correctly, the question is about when people call 911, what is the city's protocol in these situations? We've had a very dramatic increase in 911 calls related to this activity. We have a protocol in place that has been evolving as the situation has been changing. And at this time, there is a designated supervisor that is on duty 24/7 that fields those calls. And we do everything that we can to ensure that they are appropriately prioritized, with the priority being placed upon the protection of life and safety of everyone in the community.
Can you tell us any more about the woman who was fatally shot? Was she there as a legal observer, protester, bystander? What do you know that you can share?
So the question was, what can I share about the deceased? There is nothing to indicate that this woman was the target of any law enforcement investigation or activity. This woman was in her car, and it appears then blocking the street because of the presence of federal law enforcement, which is obviously something that has been happening not just in Minneapolis, but around the country. She appears to be a middle-aged white woman.
Chief, just about a month ago, you said these unplanned and questionable tactics by federal agents would result in someone being killed at a press conference right here. Do you consider today's tactics in line with that, or do you just have a generic response to the fact that somebody is now dead?
The question is that I had previously made several statements about being concerned about the tactics being employed. I am obviously very concerned that I have been told that a woman who was sitting in her car blocking the street and not the target of any enforcement activity is now deceased. However, I do not know, to be clear, I do not know the exact circumstances of the shooting, but I would tell you, in any professional law enforcement agency in the country, I think they would tell you it's obviously very concerning whenever there's a shooting into a vehicle of someone who's not armed. But it also is something that is possible. At times, it is justified. But it is very concerning, and it's something that most law enforcement agencies in the country train very intensely to try and minimize the risk that law enforcement officers get placed into a situation that the need for deadly force would be necessary.
Has there been any indication of the need of this case?
I didn't hear the question, I'm sorry.
Has there been any indication of the need to shoot into the vehicle?
The question was any indication about the need. I guess getting back to the justification of this, I have not seen any information other than what I have communicated.
Was she alone in the car? Were there children in the car with her?
The question was if she was alone in the car. I know that I got there shortly after this call came in. I did not see anyone else with her while I was on the scene. However, I've since been told by our officers that have been with her the entire time that a spouse has arrived at the hospital.
Mayor, just curious.
A series of priorities that we needed to go through. The first, of course, is to keep people safe and to help the victim in any way that we could. The second was to get ICE off of the scene. There was the notion that ICE agents would be necessary to create a perimeter around the scene itself. They themselves were creating the kind of dysfunction and chaos that they claimed to be trying to help with. And so the message that we delivered very clearly was to make them leave. Now, beyond leaving the scene, they should also leave our city and our state. We do work, our chief does work, our sheriff does work every single day to keep people safe in our city and in our state. And crime is dramatically down. Crime is down. It continues to trend down. They are doing the hard work of investigating, of arresting perpetrators of violent crime. What this federal administration is doing right now is not about creating safety. Do not let them tell you that what they are doing is about creating safety. It is not. It is having the opposite impact. We need to be clear-eyed about the work that is moving forward, and they need to leave Minneapolis.
We have time for one or two more questions.
Mayor, you may know this with your legal background. If the shooting is found to not be justified, does the city have any legal, or the state rather, have any legal recourse to bring charges against this ICE agent, given that this person is a federal agent, if the feds don't?
So obviously, and I have to always lead with this caveat because it is true, an investigation still does need to be conducted. I had my perception of what took place based on the vehicle and the vehicle's positioning. It does not appear that the individual is trying to ram anybody. Now, the question was, if it is in fact found to be an unjustified shooting, who issues the charge, who prosecutes, how does justice take place? I don't know the answer in full to that. This is obviously information that we're still working out. Chief, do you have any additional information, or Commissioner? Yeah.
The only thing I would add to the mayor's statement is that the crime scene was held by the Minneapolis Police Department, and the investigation is now being led jointly by the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well as the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. And the purpose of their involvement would be to investigate whether any state laws within the state of Minnesota have been violated.
Can I just add something to that too? What's very important is that for our communities that we do have some kind of part in this investigation. It needs to be done on a local level. With all due respect to the federal level, we do need to make sure that our local agencies are involved. Most certainly the BCA is very well capable of working with our federal partners in doing so. That is something that is needed for our communities, and so that's something that I can tell you that there's already been conversations from the U.S. Attorney's Office to the BCA that have already taken place today. How that's going to roll out, we don't know yet, but we are making sure that there is some kind of local entity, namely the BCA, that has a part in this investigation for the purposes of transparency and expedient transparency as to what happened today.
One more. If that's it. Thank
So,
you, everybody.
final piece, again, thank you everybody for coming. Thank you to the media for being here and disseminating this very important information around this tragic incident. To reiterate a final message to our community members, I understand the anger. Let's unite around hope and love and peace and getting justice. That's what we need to be doing right now. I appreciate the service from everybody up here as well as the 435,000 people that call Minneapolis home. Thank you.
Got some housekeeping for you in just a moment after
Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey speaking there alongside other officials in the city of Minneapolis, Minnesota, where an ICE agent shot and killed a woman this afternoon in what DHS is calling an act of domestic terrorism. What the mayor there said was something that they had been dreading, calling the ICE agent firing. I said it was a reckless action by that officer, saying that ICE is causing chaos and distrust, saying it is BS. If the Department of Homeland Security tries to spin this as self-defense. You may have seen different videos going around on social media showing various angles of this. The mayor taking issue with the officials saying that they believe this was someone trying to weaponize their vehicle. That is what DHS is saying in a statement on social media. In fact, I can pull that up for you. Right here, saying they attempted to run over our law enforcement officers, an ICE officer fearing for his life, the lives of his fellow law enforcement, and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. Again, the mayor just moments ago in that news conference taking issue with that and telling ICE to get the F out of Minneapolis. So we are continuing to follow that breaking news this afternoon, and we are actually going to bring in a law enforcement expert in just a minute to join us and talk with us about this situation and kind of how things move forward from here, as obviously a lot of tension and distrust when it comes to things like this. So we're going to break all that down coming up at the beginning of Florida Live in just 2 minutes right here on Fox Local and YouTube. We'll also welcome in our TV audience as well. So we are going to take a quick break here. But we'll be right back with more continuing coverage of this breaking national news story today. So keep it here on Fox Local.
Florida Live starts now.
Welcome into Florida Live, and we begin continuing to track a breaking national news story out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, giving you live images now, courtesy KMSP, and this is the scene where an ICE agent earlier today shot and killed a woman inside that burgundy SUV that you see there. We're hearing competing narratives today about what happened. I'm going to first give you what DHS is saying on social media. This is a post on X from the Department of Homeland Security saying today ICE officers in Minneapolis were conducting targeted operations when rioters began blocking ICE officers, and one of these violent rioters weaponized her vehicle, attempting to run over our law enforcement officers in an attempt to kill them, an act of domestic terrorism. An ICE officer, fearing for his life, the lives of his fellow law enforcement, and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. That is what the Department of Homeland Security is saying after this shooting where an ICE agent shot and killed a woman in Minneapolis earlier today. In a news conference just moments ago, that if you were with us on Fox 35 News Plus on Fox Local, we streamed that for you live. We heard Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey say that is BS. He said it was not self-defense. He said the agent was acting recklessly, using their power as a federal agent, and ended up shooting someone that they should not have. Even stronger words from the mayor telling ICE to get the F out of Minneapolis. Those are the words from the Democratic mayor of Minneapolis, saying this is a moment that he has been dreading. This comes just a couple of days after ICE really ramped up their efforts in Minneapolis, Minnesota, as part of larger efforts when it comes to immigration enforcement across the country. So obviously a tense moment, and you saw some of those live images. I can give you one more live image right now in Minnesota as we see crowds continuing to gather in the area near where this happened. I want to bring in now one of our law enforcement experts, Jamie Copenhaver, former sheriff's detective and investigator. And Jamie, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Florida Live.
Good to be with you, Garrett. Thank you.
First, I just want to get your initial reaction to what happened out here. Obviously, anytime we see these operations involving ICE, there's a lot of tension, sometimes large scenes of protesters, and obviously, regardless of what actually transpired today, certainly a sad development to see something like this happen.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the buildup of this for the last, since January of 2025, right? And, we see these flare-ups where ICE agents go out to these communities and, effect the arrest or the detention of these illegal aliens that are here illegally. And you always see these, the mob of people. As you see in this case, they had a system down, Garrett, that if they saw ICE agents coming in, they would start blowing horns and blowing whistles to alert the neighborhood ICE is in the neighborhood. So, they're organized against these ICE agents, unfortunately.
One of the things that we have seen different angles of social media video showing the person in that car essentially blocking traffic, and that is kind of at that point where we see different perspectives on what happened. Someone, Department of Homeland Security saying they believe the person was then trying to speed off and put one of the or several of the agents in danger. The Minneapolis mayor kind of disputes that. When you see a situation like this, federal agents involved in a shooting here, obviously some competing narratives here. How does an investigation like this now move forward?
Video. I can assure you that all those bystanders that were opposing ICE had their cameras going on their phone. The ICE agents have body-worn video. They have videos in their vehicles. So, the video is going to tell the tale in terms of what actually transpired in Minneapolis today. Here's the other part of that, too. We've seen these small pockets of people in Minnesota, and especially Minneapolis, for the past 4, 5, 6 months. And going back a few months ago, we had a transportation van of illegals being brought into a detention center by ICE, and they had a sniper on the roof. So the threat's definitely there. And then coupled by the fact you have someone blocking the road. And let me tell you something, being on that side of the fence, having a vehicle driven straight for you from a law enforcement perspective, you're going to stop that threat, Garrett.
So we have seen the images of crowds continuing to be on that scene. The mayor in the news conference said that he kind of dreaded this moment. He said ICE is causing chaos and distrust in their community. And obviously after something like this happens, that is certainly not going to lessen the tension between community, whatever the community may be, and something like this, as operations continue. So what is the kind of the next step here when it comes to ICE operations in communities across the country?
We have enough political tension, so I don't want to make this political, but I'm going to point out you're dealing with a Democratic mayor, you're dealing with a Democratic and somewhat liberal city. That's been in the news cycle for weeks now. As you recall, Trump had ordered the National Guard in multiple cities to stifle down the violence and to help these ICE agents do their job effectively and safely. So, whether you agree or disagree, you just don't occupy a motor vehicle and attempt to run down an ICE agent. It just isn't going to work well for the driver. Unfortunately, moving forward, Garrett, I think we're going to see more of the same. I would not be surprised if the Trump administration doesn't call out the National Guard immediately to deploy to Minneapolis to stop this. So, I don't know what the answer is, but I do know the Trump administration is fast bent on continuing the ICE efforts, and I don't think it's going to stop in terms of what ICE are doing.
And for those who do disagree with those operations, who do want to, do their part, whether it's some sort of civil disobedience or a protest, how do we make sure that the rights of protest and standing up for, what they may believe is wrong, can still coexist even among these operations and these law enforcement officers carrying out their duties?
I mean, we have to have the right to protest civilly, right? Going back to Martin Luther King, what was he built on? Speaking out, protesting, marching. So no one wants to take that away. Much like the state of Florida, we just passed a piece of legislation called the HALO law. And that means you cannot be within 50 feet of a law enforcement officer who is actively conducting their legal, lawful investigation. So, maybe something national along the lines of the HALO law would help. But here's the deal. You can't stop voicing your opinion. No one wants that. But there's a fine line between voicing your opinion, holding up signs, and then entering a motor vehicle that's going to mow down an ICE agent or two or three to use that vehicle as a weapon. So we've got to juggle it, but you've got to be civil when you're out there. Hold your signs, protest, yell, scream, but you cannot threaten a law enforcement agent. It's not going to end well for you.
Well, it's certainly concerning to see, things like this, and like you said, the tensions just continuing to kind of ratchet up and rise from here. So, where do you think things go? I know you said you wouldn't be surprised to see the National Guard called out to respond to something like this.
I mean, Trump just spoke to a bunch of Republican lawmakers. Tom Homan was there, and Homan was just as fired up as ever in terms of continuing these operations. To couple that, we have the alleged fraud that's taking place in the state of Minnesota. We know that DOJ, FBI, and I think the Department of Treasury is on the ground in Minnesota as we speak to investigate that potential quote-unquote fraud on the daycares, right? So unfortunately, I don't think it's going to go away. And I really hope the president does something to enact the National Guard. Here's why. Not to put those people in jail or to harm them, but to keep the peace on the streets of Minnesota.
Well, former sheriff's detective and investigator James Copenhaver, we always appreciate you joining us and sharing your perspective. And thanks for joining us here today on Florida Live.
Always good to be with you. Thank you.
As we go to break, I do want to show you this image again, another live look in Minneapolis. You can see a number of officers continuing to be on the scene, Minneapolis police and others who are now looking into this, investigating what happened here. And as we discussed, kind of hearing much different perspectives. The Department of Homeland Security saying this was an act of self-defense. The mayor of Minneapolis saying it was an agent recklessly using their power. And as we look, protesters continuing to gather in Minneapolis as well, near the site of that shooting, where an ICE agent shot and killed a woman behind the wheel of that SUV. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Now, we're following a developing story out of the Sunshine State this afternoon, as Governor DeSantis announced earlier his plans to issue a proclamation today that will call for a special session on redistricting. That special session would be held in April after the regular legislative session. Governor DeSantis talked about the reasons for that at a news conference earlier today in Steinhatchee.
A couple reasons. One, there's a U.S. Supreme Court case that's likely to say that racial gerrymandering is unconstitutional. We have a couple districts that has been thought that the Voting Rights Act mandates racial gerrymandering. So that's going to force it one way or another. And I don't think it's a question of if they're going to rule, it's a question of what the scope is going to rule. So we're getting out ahead of that. The other thing is while, yes, you have to use that data, our districts are malapportioned. So when you're making judgments about where to draw a line, I think it's totally appropriate to use as a factor how the population may have shifted in a given area. So maybe you draw a line going one way in a county instead of the other. And so I understand you're using that data, but you can also use the updated information to make sure that you're making a sensible decision. Because, you know, the reality is this county won't be split. There's not a lot of people in it. You can do it. We have some counties that are big enough to have 2 congressional districts. Some could have way more than that, right? Miami. And so you got to make these decisions about how you do. Tampa Bay, all this stuff. So I think it's totally appropriate to do that. We've had 10 years of population change and just since COVID, easy, probably even more than that. honestly, like some people are saying, we have had enough people move. Like, it's like it's a lot. And so I think on both of those bases, we have an ability, not only an ability to do it, but really a duty to do it to ensure fair representation. But I have a very high degree of confidence that at least one or two of those districts on our current map are going to be implicated by this Supreme Court decision. So first of all, to say my office did some, if you look at some of the things in Southeast Florida, that was kind of the legislature wanted to kind of do that. That was not what we had proposed there. So that's first thing. Second thing is it has been viewed as 1965 Voting Rights Act Section 2 requiring the use of race in drawing districts. And so there are certain of those that are considered VRA. I think what the U.S. Supreme Court is going to decide is like, wait a minute, VRA is like no discrimination, but when you're using, then you are discriminating in a different direction, right? And so that was not necessarily up for grabs at the time in 2022. We've had subsequent litigation since then, and the Supreme Court wouldn't have taken this case unless they were willing to reevaluate that. So I think the context is different. I think at that time we didn't have a sound expectation that deviating from that previous understanding would have meant that the map would have been upheld. Now I think you're probably in a situation where the map can't be upheld unless we make some changes.
Governor Ron DeSantis speaking earlier at that news conference where he announced his plans to issue that proclamation for a special session on congressional redistricting. And I'm pleased to be joined now by State Representative Bruce Antone, a Democrat from Orlando and the ranking member of the House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting. And Rep. Antone, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon.
Oh, my pleasure, Garrett. Thank you for inviting me to appear.
First, I just want to get your initial thoughts. We played for you what Governor DeSantis said about the special session that he's calling. What's your reaction to hearing this?
Well, two or three thoughts come to mind. First of all, during the second redistricting committee back in December, I specifically asked the attorney that appeared before us what data would be used to draw maps. And he said the 2020 census data. He said nothing about updated data from however they do that survey thing. The second thing is, the legislature in 2022 passed two sets of maps. Maps A, which were the maps drawn by Governor DeSantis, and maps B, drawn by the Florida legislature. And so I'm not quite sure what he's talking about when he says the maps that were passed in 2022 were maps drawn by the legislature. The legislature passed his maps, which were the Map A plans. I just think it's interesting that all of a sudden now we want to do away with drawing districts for what's considered minorities, African Americans, Hispanics, Jewish individuals, sometimes in the state of New York, Native Americans. It's just really crazy that all of a sudden now everything has to go back to some kind of arbitrary method for drawing districts that does not ensure diversity of representation for all people in the state of Florida.
Well, it sounds like from what the governor said earlier today, that is one key reason that they are waiting until April to do that special session after the regular session so that the Supreme Court decision specifically about the Voting Rights Act and some of those things, those issues you're raising, until a decision is made on that to kind of be able to do things in that manner.
And I would say in response to that, if we're going to wait until April, then whatever maps, and I'm just going to assume they're going to try to force some new maps in, those maps should be drawn for the 2028 election. We shouldn't be truncating the qualifying period of time and amount of time that people need to qualify for a congressional district, because that's a district that covers almost 1 million people. It takes time. It takes money to properly campaign in a district of that size. So if we, and when I say we, meaning the other party decides to adopt new maps, I think those maps should not be used until 2028.
We know the House had kind of started the ball rolling with this process by creating that select committee that you're the ranking member on. What happens now with the work of that committee?
Well, I think for right now, it's a wait and see kind of moment. I mean, we have to wait and see what the Speaker and Chair Redondo decide to do. I mean, will the House draw maps? Will the Senate draw maps? And then will the governor provide his own set of maps? So I know for me as the ranking Democrat, I mean, I'm just kind of in a wait and see mode. Let's see what they put on the table, and then we try to go from there.
What do you want to see as this process moves forward? I mean, obviously, April is a long way away to the special session, but just kind of bigger picture when we're talking about congressional redistricting in Florida. We know Republicans are obviously in the supermajority, but as you and your fellow Democrats, what will you be fighting for during this process as it moves forward?
Well, what I'll be fighting for mainly is equal representation. But in all seriousness, I'll be fighting for not making any changes to the maps. I think the Florida Constitution talks about reapportionment and redistricting once per decade. And I think there's only been 3 instances that I can remember when the legislature has redrawn districts, and that is because they were required by some court ruling. Again, I asked the question to the attorney that presented to us at the redistricting committee, who makes the decision? What's the trigger? And he basically said, that's kind of an arbitrary decision. You all get to decide if you want to draw maps or not. There is no court case that I know of right now in Florida that dictates the legislature drawing new maps.
Well, a lot for us to watch moving forward. State Representative Bruce Antone from Orlando, we appreciate you joining us live via Zoom this afternoon here on Florida Live.
Thank you, Garrett. Appreciate it. You have a good afternoon.
All right, you do the same. We're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. It is time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And so we go to the Fox 13 Tampa Bay newsroom, and senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live now. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. We're going to begin today in Winter Haven with a story that has been at the top of our website all day. And that's because Florida's State Attorney General James Uthmeier sent a notice of violation to the city of Winter Haven, claiming that it is violating Florida's law that bans public camping and sleeping spaces. Now, the city did say it received a letter about an hour or so before Uthmeier publicly posted about the issue on social media. In this letter, the Attorney General's office says it received one complaint from a resident alleging repeated violations of the state's law banning people from sleeping or camping in public spaces. Now, that letter references two locations, Kiwanis Park and the sidewalks along Central Avenue. The letter says that the resident claimed those public spaces were unusable and even included 4 photos showing single individuals, according to the city. Now, Fox 13, we sent a crew out to both locations yesterday, and they did not see any signs of these camps while they were visiting those areas last night. Now, at Kiwanis Park, our reporter saw children playing on the playground, and along Central Avenue, she saw a quiet night with no visible signs of camps or public speaking. She said people were attending the theater, they were eating in restaurants, and walking on the streets. Now, Florida's public camping and public sleeping law, which was passed in 2024, restricts cities and counties from allowing people to regularly sleep or camp on public property with a framework for designated areas under certain requirements. And beginning last year, the law also expanded enforcement by allowing legal action in certain circumstances if a local government is alleged to be out of compliance. The city says its police department works with the Homeless Coalition of Polk County to help connect people with services, including shelter options and, at times, transportation. Winter Haven does not have a general homeless shelter within the city. The closest one is actually in the city of Lakeland. And the letter asks the city to respond within 5 days. And Winter Haven officials, they actually responded to the Attorney General's office about an hour ago. They said that in their letter that they share the concerns of the Attorney General's office and the concerned citizen regarding individuals who are not abiding by state, county, or local laws, and they have been proactively working to address these issues. Now, some of those proactive steps include removing a homeless person, cleaning up any litter they left behind, as well as sanitizing the area. The city also said that they work with private property owners in order to get authorization to trespass anyone who is homeless and who may be camped out on these private properties. And the city also stressed partnerships with the United Way, the Homeless Coalition, Heart for Winter Haven, the Talbot House, and more. They say officers work to match each individual to the services best suited to their individual situation and needs. That letter, Garrett, can be read in its entirety on fox13news.com.
All right, now let's talk a little bit about Dexter's Law. Just yesterday, we had State Representative Linda Cheney on talking about that law, sponsoring that, the importance of it, and the database that has now come from it. Interestingly enough, today in court, the defendant who is part of that case involving Dexter.
Yes, that's right. Domingo Rodriguez, he was convicted of animal cruelty after Dexter was found beheaded in a trash bag at Fort DeSoto Park. He was back in court this morning because his attorneys claim that the state failed to prove that he was the one responsible for Dexter's death, and they are asking for his conviction to be overturned. Now, just to bring you back up to speed, Dexter was a 4-year-old dog that Rodriguez adopted from the Pinellas County Animal Services just a few days before the dog's headless remains were discovered. Now, he was found guilty in that case and sentenced to 1 year and 60 days in jail. That is the maximum allowed under Florida law at the time. Again, Rodriguez, he is appealing that decision. Animal advocates, however, across the state said that his sentence did not match the severity of the crime. Now, more criticism followed this summer when Rodriguez was allowed to bond out of jail while his appeal moved forward. The judge in the case explained that despite the extreme cruelty involved, the state law required Rodriguez to be released during that appeals process. Now, Rodriguez is currently prohibited from having any contact with animals under the terms of his bond. Dexter's case, as you just mentioned, helped spur changes to Florida law that took effect last week. That new law creates a statewide database of people convicted of aggravated animal cruelty. The goal is to help adoption agencies, rescues, and breeders better screen potential adopters. Now, as we mentioned, Domingo Rodriguez, the man who was convicted in this case, he was back in court today. He is appealing that conviction, and a judge will decide at a later date how to move forward in this case.
And finally, Nancy, in our Tampa connection today, utility customers there seeing higher rates on their bills again.
Yes, that's right. For TECO customers, this is now the fourth time their bill has gone up in 13 months. And so for the average TECO customer who uses about 100 kilowatt hours of electricity, this latest increase means paying about $8.88 more per month on average. And this increase comes on top of other charges approved over the past year. Those include a storm recovery charge, fuel cost adjustments, and a base rate hike that took effect in January of 2025. Many customers say the repeated increases are hitting fixed income households the hardest. TECO says the biggest driver of higher bills over the past year has been storm recovery fees following Hurricanes Helene and Milton. Those charges average about $20 a month for the typical household. Now, as for the most recent rate hike funding, TECO spokesperson Sherry Jacobs says it pays for projects that were completed in 2025, such as 3 energy storage facilities, 2 solar plants, and improvements to power plants that made them more efficient. Now, TECO says the storm recovery fee is temporary, and that will expire in August, which means customers could see about a 12% decrease in their electric bills come September. Rising electric bills have also fueled frustration among customers across the Bay Area. Some residents have signed petitions and called for legal action, arguing the repeated increases are unfair. Now, for those customers who may be struggling to pay their bills, TECO is encouraging people to call them directly. The utility says it will work with customers to set up payment plans and also explore assistance options. Garrett?
All right. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection today.
Thank you.
Time now for our Florida Live forecast. Got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard joining me now. And Laurel, another beautiful day here. We're kind of in a really nice stretch, really nice pattern right now.
It's been so nice outside. I didn't even want to come into the building today and actually get started because it was just so nice outside and I just didn't want to leave the sunshine, to be totally honest.
Yeah, it certainly makes it tough. It's been interesting how foggy it's been in the mornings, though.
Yes, and that is going to be another topic that we are really going to be focusing in on as we head through the overnight tonight. But for now, taking a look, this is Port Canaveral. Cruises are absolutely docking out there, and we are going to continue to see those beautiful blue skies through the rest of your Wednesday. So if you weren't able to get outside yet, it is gorgeous, and it will be continuing to stay that way as we take a look at the rest of the work week. Current temperatures lingering throughout the mid and upper 70s right now. For the rest of the evening, temperatures slowly going to cool down, but with those mainly clear skies and those light winds, it is going to be foggy through the overnight tonight. Here are your forecast lows dropping down into the upper 50s. Nothing like we haven't seen before, very seasonable for this time of year, but that fog is going to be something tomorrow. So dense fog advisories already in effect for areas across Alachua, Marion County, even hopping over to Flagler County, Gilchrist, and even Levy County is also under that as well. That is in effect until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. So heads up, that fog is really going to be thick out there. And as we take a look at the fog forecast, you can kind of see it really starting to creep down I-75 towards Gainesville as we head through the overnight tonight, really staying thick at about 7 a.m., which is when really rush hour starts to get started. And even by Ocala over to Palm Coast, that fog is going to be staying thick as we head even into tomorrow morning. So just a couple of tips for you. Use your low beam headlights tomorrow morning. It is definitely going to help you out. If you use those high beams, all of that water fractals in the atmosphere are just going to bounce the light back to you, and it's just going to blind you. So just don't do that. Allow extra time, especially for that morning commute tomorrow, and leave a little bit of extra distance as we take a look tomorrow morning, because that will definitely help you out.
Yeah, it's funny, the headlight thing, the low beams. I remember that when I first got my learner's permit when I was 15 years old. That was one of the questions I got wrong, and so I always remember, okay, you got to use the low beams. You can't use the high beams in fog. It's one of those things that because I got it wrong on that test, I'm never going to get it wrong again.
Nope.
Yep.
It almost like scars you when you're taking your driver's test. It's like, no, that's something. I have the same thing. It was a question that I had that I will absolutely never forget, and it was how to dispose of oil.
Well, now you know, though.
Now you know. But a little bit of a driving tip for you. Definitely use that as you head out the door tomorrow morning.
All right, we will keep that in mind. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Garrett.
As we go to break here, give you a live look at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. We'll be right back. Here we go. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. We are continuing to track a story we've been keeping an eye on all day, a stranded baby dolphin at the New Smyrna Beach Inlet. I want to bring in Fox 35's Chris Lindsay, who's been out on that scene throughout the day, joins us live now via Zoom. And Chris, what can you tell us about what happened?
Well, this happened in New Smyrna Beach near the jetty. A group of people were out there. They saw the baby dolphin, which at this point they believe is about a month old, stranded there. So they called FWC. They referred them to those volunteers from the Hub SeaWorld Institute there. They came by. They were able to rescue the dolphin. They've taken it back to their facility where now they are administering care, trying to make sure that that dolphin is okay. Again, this is a very young animal. They say had the people who were out there not called promptly and administered care while they were out there on the shore, that there would have been a 0% chance that this dolphin made it. So luckily, they were able to do that.
How does something like this happen, Chris?
There are a few different ways where we see these animals washed up onto the sea, whether it be because of illness or injury. In this case, because it's such a young animal, it appears as though they were orphaned, or at least in some way were separated from their mother. So those are the three main ways that we see these sort of things. So it's not every case that you see a washed up animal that they're able to be saved, because they could be gravely injured or sick. But in this case, so far, they have been able to take care of it, which indicates that it was simply separated from its mother.
Yeah, what condition was it in when they found it?
They said it was in good condition, but again, until you go through, take it to the facility, run the tests that they plan to run, it's hard to tell exactly. But if you looked at the condition when we were out there on the scene, there didn't appear to be any sort of injury. There was no blood or visible wounds that we could see. So that's a good indication there.
So what happens now? We've got the video there, the rescue crews kind of taking it in. What happens next?
So they'll continue to care for the animal, give it whatever health steps towards health that it needs, and then they will move forward with potentially releasing it. There are a lot of different things that they could do. This is one of about 70 rescues that they say they do for stranded animals in Volusia County and the surrounding counties. So it's a case-by-case scenario, but they are at least trending in the right direction for today.
And you mentioned whoever spotted this dolphin obviously did the right thing by calling and letting them know, what they found. What is the proper thing for someone to do if they come across a stranded animal, whether it's a dolphin or something else?
You should call FWC and keep your distance. So in this particular case, when she got on the phone with FWC, they guided her and the people that were there through some steps to sort of help the animal. But as we know, these things can be dangerous, depending on what sort of animal it is and depending on their condition. So you want to keep your distance. In this particular case, they approved her to get a bit closer, to pour water on it, to just try to maintain it as long as possible. Then when they got on the scene, you can see what they did there. Got it onto a stretcher of sorts and put it in that truck so they can take it to facility for full care. When you are dealing with it yourself without an expert, the first thing you should do is call FWC.
All right, good to keep in mind. And glad that whoever spotted them did the right thing and called FWC so that that dolphin can be rehabilitated and hopefully sent back home at some point in the future. Fox 35's Chris Lindsay, we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
I want to give you a live look right now at Lake Eola in downtown Orlando, where we are continuing to learn more about the 19 swans who have been found dead at Lake Eola Park as part of an avian flu outbreak. And we talked about this yesterday, talking to an expert about the transmission of that and what people need to know about that. Today we had the chance to speak with a veterinarian for the city of Orlando who updates us on how the city is responding to this outbreak and also talks about the risk of exposure for avian flu.
Influenza, H5N1. We have usually cases every year, but this year it's been especially bad, as everyone knows. And so we're trying to mitigate the spread by care and husbandry standards, trying to clean the pens that we pull the swans out of. We're trying to hose down the areas where the swans are having any contamination, and we're trying to caution the public to not track any contamination, fecal contamination home, and be careful and clean their shoes because it is possibly transmissible to their pets.
What can the public do when they come out to Lake Eola Park to help not make to help stop the spread, or actually help not even bring it with it? Maybe they pick it up somewhere else and bring it with them.
Well, it's brought in through migratory waterfowl, so that's something nobody can really control. But people can just minimize contact with the birds. that don't interact with them like they normally would. We're not encouraging them to feed them out of the feeders like we normally would. And also just don't step where there's obviously swans congregated or anything like that. And again, just wash your hands thoroughly after you leave the lake, clean your footwear off, and just minimize the exposure that you might run into.
Could you go a little bit more in depth of just what is the flu, how does it impact the birds, how does it spread between the birds?
Well, H5N1 first appeared in the United States in 2022, and it came, they think, from Greenland, originally in Europe, and since then it's spread all over the Americas, and it's decimated waterfowl all over the Americas, as well as dairy cattle and also chickens. That's why our egg prices have gone up so much in the past year. And it's definitely had an impact. There's been 71 human cases, 1 death since 2024. So it's a real thing. There's been no transmission from people to people, but we just have to be careful because it can always mutate, and every year it does mutate a little bit. That's what's happened this year. We have a strain that's highly pathogenic, and it's causing a lot of problems for Lake Eola.
So I read that here it was primarily infecting the royal mute swans. Is there a reason for that? Are all of the swans at risk?
All the swans are at risk, and they've all been affected. The royal mutes are actually a small percentage of the flock here. We've got also trumpeters, hoopers, black swans, and Polish mutes. So there's been some of each variety impacted, as well as a crane and an ibis. So different waterfowl have been affected. Most of the migratory waterfowl are unaffected. They're just asymptomatic carriers. So that's the insidious nature of this disease, is you don't even know it's here, and it's here.
Is there a solution, generally speaking?
Unfortunately, there's not a vaccination. The only vaccination available is federally mandated, and it's used in California condors because they're endangered. Otherwise, the only solution for chicken flocks and for cattle is culling, and that means just letting them die out or killing them. With our swans here, of course, that's not a consideration, so we're just letting them develop herd immunity, very similar to what's happened with COVID, where people finally had to get herd immunity, although with people we were able to develop a vaccine. In birds, I don't think there's any chance of that.
So I know you mentioned like washing shoes and washing bike tires, so there is a little bit of concern of spreading, you mentioned, to pets or like to other parks, to other birds?
Yes, there is. There have been cases where it's been transmitted to dogs, cats, pigs, alpacas of all things, as well as dairy cows and chickens. So it is transmissible to other pets. Birds would be potentially transmissible, so if you have avian exotics in your household, you have to be careful not to transmit it to them. And it is highly contagious. It's spread through respiratory secretions and also fecal material. People, if they get infected, it shows first as an eye infection and then a respiratory infection.
So we've heard that there's been some volunteer groups who maybe want to help with improving the environmental health and wellness of the swans. Do you have any updates on if you're looking for outside help or willing to take outside help?
Well, the volunteers have been very instrumental with Lake Eola's swan care for years, and they are working with the city workers and also implementing the use of the bakelin powder, which is the antiviral that I mentioned, and that is the only known antiviral that we can use in birds, and it does seem to be working. We've used it in a couple of birds so far, and it has helped to mitigate the spread and to help them to recover more quickly. So we're hoping that if we can get it in, kind of like Tamiflu, if you get in within the first 2 days of clinical signs and give it for 5 days, it can help mitigate the spread and help the birds recover. And then once the birds recover, they'll be the birds that survive hopefully next year if it happens again.
And you said this can spread to humans?
I'm sorry?
Did you say it's because humans? I think it said first sign of human is you have an eye infection. This can spread.
In humans, it's a eye infection or respiratory infections. And yeah, there's been 71 cases in people, only 1 death so far. So
that's across the country since 2022, right? If you want to say that it's across the country.
Yeah. That's
Officials speaking earlier today, giving us an update on where things stand with avian flu at Lake Eola Park. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Live look right now as crowds continue to gather in Minneapolis, Minnesota, near the site where ICE shot a woman inside an SUV. The Department of Homeland Security saying that a woman was trying to use her vehicle as a weapon and ram the officers, putting them in danger. We know officials in Minneapolis, the city mayor, saying that he does not believe that to be the case. He called that kind of framing of it BS. We should note that Minnesota Governor Tim Walz expected to hold a briefing coming up at 3:15. Might have some more details coming out from that. So we will keep an eye on that, try to bring that to you live coming up in a little bit on Fox Local. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Talk about an exciting announcement today at Jones High School as some local leaders, the nonprofit Lift Orlando, and representatives from Valencia College were on hand at Jones High School earlier today to announce free tuition to Valencia College for all Jones High School students. Essentially, the students have 5 years to complete their degree after they graduate, and an exciting offer of these scholarships. Here's some of that announcement. You're going to hear from the president of Lift Orlando talking to those students earlier today.
What a privilege it is to be here on this day and to follow that fantastic announcement. I do want to emphasize that you did hear right. Member Felder described this as a scholarship for every student at Jones High School. So you may have college on your mind these days because you're a senior, but if you're just starting your high school career, We want you to know how proud we are to come alongside you to make sure Jones High School is a school where 100% of its graduates go to college, have a post-secondary plan, and have a bright future. This is for you. Please, please. Now, for more than a decade now, it's been an incredible privilege for us at Lift Orlando to be committed to building cradle-to-career pathways to help young people not just succeed in school, but also thrive in life. Today's scholarship announcement is a powerful expression of that commitment, and it would not be possible without our incredible partners. I have to thank the incredible leadership of Orange County Public Schools. I'm extremely grateful to Member Vicki Felder, to our Superintendent Maria Vasquez, to Deputy Superintendent Bridget Williams, who've all been involved in the development of this partnership and so many aspects of our relationship with this school. The leadership and the passion for the great Jones High is truly inspiring. And Lift Orlando is so proud to be committed to coming alongside each of you in your futures. This scholarship builds upon the great foundation that is already here at Jones High School. The Lift Orlando staff members are here that many of you know that have been involved with the Empowered Scholars Program alongside our partners at 100 Black Men, Boys and Girls Club, Elevate Orlando, Elevation Orlando, and today is supporting students and graduates all over this great country. But we share a simple belief, and it's why we're doing this announcement today as well. Cost should never stand in the way of a student's future. That is why we're also excited to deepen our investment in the neighborhood schools, including our partnership at Orange Center Elementary. This commitment starts with young learners through the network of thriving early learning centers here in 32805, all the way to the wraparound services designed so that our teachers can focus on teaching and our students can learn and thrive and lead successful lives. I especially want to thank two particular families here in the room today who are the greatest champions of education on the Lift Orlando board, and their belief in God, their belief that to whom much is given, much is required, and their belief in you, in your potential and the great value you will bring to this community has compelled them to help make this possible. Please help me thank Scott and Jennifer Boyd, and Tom and Jane Sidema here today. Thank you. I love you guys so much. They've entrusted Lift Orlando to steward this gift with our partners at Valencia in a way that removes barriers, expands opportunities, and sends a clear message to every student here at Jones High. Your dreams matter, and this community has your back. Congratulations, and a happy future to every single one of you. I'm so honored to stand in partnership with and to be part of this happy, happy day alongside a leader this community is very, very lucky to call its own. Please give a warm welcome to the stage to Dr. Kathleen Plinsky, President of Valencia.
So exciting announcement there, free college tuition to Valencia College for students at Jones High School. Certainly could be in for some a life-changing gift and offer of a scholarship there. Well, we are just about out of time here on Florida Live, but the news doesn't stop. We'll continue our live streaming over on Fox Local and YouTube. Again, we are standing by for another briefing when it comes to the ICE shooting in Minnesota. I will also take you inside the courtroom for a hearing for Jalen Edgar, who is a suspect in the downtown Orlando Halloween shooting from 2024. Asking for a new attorney. He wrote a handwritten letter to the judge. He had a hearing this afternoon. We'll take you inside the courtroom for that in our next half hour as well. So we're out of time here on Fox 35 TV, but the news doesn't stop over on Fox Local, so we hope you join us over there just on the other side of this break. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today. I'm Garrett Weimer, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, 3 o'clock now here on Fox Local, and we appreciate you joining us on this busy day. I want to give you a live look right now in Minnesota, Minneapolis, where you can see large crowds gathering, a number of law enforcement officers on the scene there, setting up some fencing, in addition to the crime scene tape that's up around that area. Because we have seen crowds continue to grow in that area throughout the afternoon as word has spread of ICE agent shooting a woman inside an SUV earlier today. The Department of Homeland Security says it was an act of self-defense, calling what the woman was doing, blocking the road and attempting to ram on law enforcement, an act of domestic terrorism. The mayor of Minneapolis took issue with that. He said it's BS that it's self-defense. The agent was being reckless with their power, and he also said this is a moment that the city had been dreading, saying that ICE is causing chaos and distrust in their community. We know it's just been a few days since ICE really ramped up its activity in immigration enforcement there in the city of Minneapolis, and Mayor Jacob Frey saying just a little bit ago, telling ICE, quote, "Get the F out of Minneapolis," his words during that news conference earlier today. We do expect to hear shortly from Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. If that happens in the next little bit, we will bring that to you live right here on Fox 35 News Plus. I also want to get you inside the courtroom for a hearing that wrapped up just a little bit ago in Orlando, where the suspect in the deadly 2024 downtown Orlando Halloween shooting was in court today. He had written a handwritten letter to the judge, essentially saying he wants a new attorney because he believes he's being ineffectively represented by the current one. For several reasons, he says that the attorney has not factored in his mental state the night of that shooting, and a couple of other things as well. And so today in court, his current public defender had the chance to respond to some of those claims, and then the judge ending up denies his request for a new attorney. But here's what happened in court just a little bit ago.
We don't have a defense for the upcoming trial. And I don't feel like we have a defense because my attorney isn't including the mitigating factors from a doctor to even have a defense for our situation. So I just don't feel like I'm being represented in the way that I'm supposed to at its full potential.
Okay, so your specific issue is regarding a doctor's evaluation that has happened previously in your discussions with Mr. Barrett about that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, any other specific issues that you've asked Mr. Barrett to do that he has refused to do?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything that you've asked him not to do that he has done contrary to your wishes?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks. Ordinarily, defendants enjoy a relationship that is confidential between them and their appointed counsel. In Nelson hearings, that relationship can be relieved. Mr. Barrett will have an opportunity to respond if he wishes to your concerns. Mr. Barrett, anything for the court to consider?
Yes, Judge, I think I do need to respond. I did read the letter that he wrote, even though it says incompetency. I think he's talking about an AGI defense, and there were some other issues that was raised. Whenever we discussed those things, I did hire an expert. He's mentioned her name in in his complaint. Normally, I wouldn't upright say who it is, but it's Dr. Orlando, Your Honor, to have her explore the issue of not guilty by reason of insanity, as well as some other issue that was raised that's not in his motion, but some other mental health issue. I did receive a letter from him just recently covering that as part of his complaint about my representation. I can tell the court that after getting the information about the Nelson hearing, I also went and spoke to my boss, the regional counsel, Jeff Dean, about what's going on, as I kept him informed as to this case. One of the things he raised and provided to me was a case relating to not guilty by reason of insanity. I did make a copy for the state and court. I have given the state a copy. If I may approach, I'll give the court a copy of the case. It's Hostclaw, HOSTZCLAW v. State, and it's at 358 Southern 3rd, 741 is a 2023 case. It's a Fort DC. The only reason I'm raising that, Judge, is because based upon my discussion with my expert and explicit facts on those issues, I came back with the discussion that I would not be able, personally, I can't go forward on an NGI because of my discussion with her. However, I'll tell the court I've been aware that NGI is like a plea, that it is in Mr. Edgar's control and decision as to whether or not to go forward on that affirmative defense. I have had cases in the past where I wanted to go forward and the client did not, and so based upon my research, I did not. I was not aware of the case I provided to the court until yesterday. That seems to suggest that even when the attorney disagrees, that the client may, under some circumstances, have the right to go forward since it is considered as a plea and his decision to make. Obviously, experts can disagree as to whether or not there's a basis to go forward based upon, again, my review of the case, my discussion with my boss. I don't think I can go forward with it, but then the court will have to decide whether or not, if I can go forward with it, whether or not he has the right to go forward and whether or not our office, because I can't go forward based upon the work I've done on my expert, whether or not he should be allowed to get new counsel to explore that issue. I don't know the answer to that. My boss seems to think that is the case. I don't know the answer to that. I did read the case. And so even though he doesn't say it that way, I think I needed, as an officer of the court, to bring that issue up, partly also because of the seriousness of his charges. So relating to the NGI, to the Nelson hearing, that would be my response. I know he did mention something about visitation. I've seen him several times, so I can tell the court that I have seen him several times. My expert, I've seen him at least 3 times. And we did hire a mitigation expert, who I know I've also seen him. I think he raised in the motion that he says he was also standing by something about my wanting him to take 50 years. I will tell the court I don't tell clients to take or not to take sentences. If there's something out there, I will discuss it with them. I will talk to them about how the case look in terms of weaknesses and strength. And in fact, when I spoke to him, I even said to him, if you want to talk to your family, let me know. And I believe he did, and early in our discussion, he decided no against that. And so on several occasions in front of Judge Marcus, I made sure to put on the record that that was done. I know the state had placed on the record that there was no offer. I will tell the court, again, as an officer of the court, that I think it was the same day we did the medical examiner's deposition. I did have a discussion with the state about those numbers, but with the understanding, which I also explained to him, that the state would need to move it up his chain, would also need to talk to the victims, and that the state always have the right to withdraw any offers, if any, that they make. So all that was discussed with him at all points.
Mr. Barrett, you had made my judicial assistant aware of another potential concern regarding discovery.
Yes, Judge. Yesterday afternoon, I received several pages of discovery that was not provided previously. That include reports, an FDLA report concerning.
It was 2 pages of an FDLA report.
The report is, but the total package, including a resume, CV resume, some fingerprint information, 2 new witnesses that the state has added as expert, relating to, again, prints that belong to Mr. Edgar, that is, I guess, was found on the magazine of the firearm itself.
Right. My understanding is a USB of the defendant's interview was provided to defense counsel on December 22nd, 2025. Is that included in your issues with discovery?
Say again, Judge, I'm sorry.
USB of the defendant's interview was provided. That was in the notice of discovery filed.
Yes, Judge, I have that.
Got that. There are pages 506 and 507 of FDLE Lindsay Willett Firearms Section Lab report. That report was dated January 5th, 2026. Is that the report that you are referencing?
No, it's a report that's dated January 5th of this year.
Like January 5th?
Of this year, correct.
Right. Okay. There's also a request for fingerprint exemplars, which the court has
That's
not
filed,
obtained,
yes.
but is filed. And the additional witnesses are who? Who are the additional witnesses?
There are an individual by the name of Adria, A-D-R-I-A, Garati, G-H-A-R-A-T-I. An A witness is said to be an expert. And the Detective Alessandra Maduro, M-A-D-O-L-E, also listed as an expert.
Thank you. Mr. George, why are we getting expert witnesses here 2 days before trial?
Great question, Judge. Shortly after evidence was obtained from the crime scene and subsequent to the defendant's arrest, latent prints were taken from the firearm that was recovered from the pants leg of the defendant. From there, it went from the CSI to Orlando Police Department's fingerprint unit, and there it stayed. During the course of the last year, I have made sporadic requests or at least updates on that. What I've been told is that there are more than 2,200 open cases at the OPD fingerprint lab. Those 2,200 plus cases aren't just prints that are sent for evaluation. Those are prints that have already been deemed to have been found to be comparable to something else. They are done on a first-come, first-served basis. I've requested over a couple of times over the last year to hopefully expedite that, or at least to get me some sort of update on that. During final preparations for this, I called the detective, Joshua McNutt, who informed me that he needed to get the permission of the lieutenant of the Criminal Investigations Division in order to try to bump that up the list. He did so. This report arrived to me yesterday afternoon, probably less than 24 hours from today, from right now. As soon as I got that report, I had a telephone conversation with Mr. Barrett, letting him know that I've received it. I've provided him everything that I was provided yesterday this morning, because it was just quicker than trying to get it sent up to his office. I've been told that there's only one qualified latent print examiner in the employ of the Orlando Police Department as of today. She has 5 technicians that can help upload information into the database at the Orlando Police Department, but she is a one-person show. Once I received that report, I immediately put her name on the witness list. The other name is from our office. The hope is that she's going to, if the court allows this evidence, the hope is that she will roll his prints tomorrow, and those prints will then be sent back to Orlando Police Department, where they will make a comparison. That's the only explanation I can give, Judge. I've asked, and this is when I received it. The FDLE report that you mentioned that Mr. Barrett is not complaining about simply is because it doesn't hurt him. Mr. Barrett, through the discovery, has been aware that latent prints were recovered from the firearm, and he is aware that they were in or the Orlando Police Department's possession. It's only because of this result that now there's a problem. And I understand it's a problem, and I apologize to Mr. Barrett and the court. It's certainly not my intention to drop this the eve of trial. However, to exclude it, I would argue, is excessive, as I believe that there may be a remedy available to Mr. Barrett. We just simply, if Mr. Barrett wishes to take a deposition of this analyst, we can certainly try to find a time in which to do that. But those are the reasons for the delay in its being received by the state and being presented to the defense.
Mr. Barrett?
Because I would definitely need to take the deposition of the 2 witnesses. I would just pointed to the court that all the evidence involved in this case, the state has had possession of since the day he was arrested, which would have been November of last year. So it was always in the state custody. I understand the problem with FDLE, but the reality is, again, this is a double murder and several other count case, and with a lot of publicity. It's been around for a while. We've had several status hearings.
That's my confusion, is you've met with Judge Marquez on several events.
She gave us deadline as to discover deadline, the whole 9 yards, and it was never raised. I wasn't aware. Part I can tell the court, there is a video that appears to show my client shooting one of the individuals. He's not just charged with one shooting. He's part of what the discussion I had with the state over the phone was that there is an interview. The interview was done, and in the interview, he talks about when he possessed the firearm, and part of the discussion I had with him and got his consent to was I explained to him what I may need to argue. I don't want to put it on the record, but clearly the argument that I would raise during this trial is something that would require his agreement before I can go forward and raise the argument. And that was based upon what we knew at the time. This new evidence may or may not affect that argument as to the question as to when did he first have possession of this firearm, to what extent he had possession of the firearm, what did he know about the firearm. We're not just talking about his prints being on the firearm. Clearly it's on the firearm. It was removed from him by the police, who also saw him fire the weapon just prior to being tackled and arrested and removed. We're talking about a magazine that was in the firearm. And again, at this point, I don't know where on the magazine it was. And those questions could very well affect the way I go forward.
Well,
Mr. George?
Certainly, latent fingerprint appearing on the magazine of the gun certainly will not date that fingerprint. So if Mr. Edgar decides to exercise his right and testify and claim that he had just found the gun, it's not going to go one way or the other as to whether or not when his fingerprint was put on that. There is other evidence to show that Mr. Edgar possessed a firearm that looks strikingly like the one that was recovered from him at the night of the shooting. It's a unique firearm in the sense that it is gold in color. It's different than most firearms that we see, which I believe that video was recorded in May of 2024. So if Mr. Edgar wishes to say that he just found the gun, that's fine. The issue in regards to the defendant interview, it's the state's contention that interview was sent to Mr. Barrett as part of the original discovery. He had indicated to us that he couldn't find or was missing a couple of items, and we immediately sent that over. So again, he is seen on video, or at least the state's evidence is going to show that he is seen on video with the firearm. It was recovered from his person. It should be of no surprise to Mr. Barrett that it was no surprise to Mr. Barrett that these fingerprints were in fact lifted, because he has knowledge of that from the CSI reports. The only thing that is missing that is new is the result. And that can be cured rather easily if Mr. Barrett wishes to depose this witness next week, or if we have some time tomorrow or Friday, I'll make the witness available to Mr. Barrett if we need to take a break during the course of our jury selection. However the court wishes to do it, I'll make the witness available. If there are issues that arise after that, they can be addressed. But simply excluding it would be the most serious of remedies. Again, there shouldn't be any thought, I hope, of any malfeasance on the part of the state or myself that we were somehow hiding this or not delivering this in a timely manner. As soon as I got it, Mr. Barrett was aware of it.
All right, Mr. Barrett, you raised this issue somewhat informally with my judicial assistant. I want to give you an opportunity to vet that. We are going to have a Richardson hearing. Sounds to the court like there's been any discovery violation, both in violation of Judge Marquez's order and of the uniform trial order. There's a lot of experience in here. You're well familiar with the requirements of Richardson. Court will make a determination tomorrow as to whether there's been a discovery violation, whether that was inadvertent or willful, whether it's trivial or substantial, and whether the defense has been prejudiced with their ability to properly prepare for trial. Mr. Barron, I'm going to ask that you formalize your thoughts and indicate which items you believe there has been a discovery violation. Be prepared to argue those 4 points. State is correct that exclusion of evidence is an extreme remedy, but at this late date, I'm not making a commitment one way or another that it's not an appropriate remedy if I find that the elements of Richardson has been satisfied. We'll have that discussion tomorrow at 8:45. I'll ask the parties to be here ready to argue any Richardson hearings. At 8:45, we'll assemble the jury. I will take a look at the Holtz-Claw case, Mr. Barrett, that's just been presented.
Yes, sir.
That was the hearing earlier today for Jalen Edgar, who jury selection is scheduled to begin tomorrow morning with the hope of having a jury seated in time for opening arguments on Monday morning. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We are still standing by waiting for this news conference with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, expected to discuss public safety efforts after the shooting by federal agents in Minneapolis. So keep it here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back. Tracking breaking news here on Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a look at the Flagler County Sheriff's Office Facebook page, where we know that they had put the school, Matanzas High School, on a hold for a while because of concerns after they said they were searching for the potential presence of modified fireworks inside a student's car parked near the tennis courts of Matanzas High School. Again, a couple of hours ago, the school was put on a hold status that was keeping students inside the building while they investigated. They said there was no threat or anything. They ended up operating under a controlled dismissal, dismissing busers and car riders and then student drivers as well. An investigation been going on into this afternoon. We do expect to hear from the Flagler County Sheriff coming up around 4 o'clock. Rick Staley expected to speak and give an update about this situation and this investigation in the parking lot at Matanzas High School. So we are keeping an eye out on that. I also want to give you a live look right now in Minnesota. This is at the State Emergency Operations Center where we are anticipating a news briefing from Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and other officials. They're expected to speak any minute now to give an update on public safety efforts after a shooting by federal agents in Minnesota earlier today. I no longer have the live image from the helicopter showing, but we have seen crowds gather in Minneapolis today. They're currently marching down the street in that area of Minneapolis near where this shooting happened. And just to kind of get you up to date, if you're just joining us, there has been some back and forth over what exactly happened. In fact, you may have seen some of the social media, or some of the video going around on social media from folks in that area that were recording at the time of that confrontation between ICE agents and a woman inside an SUV. This is how the DHS social media account has talked about it, saying today ICE officers in Minneapolis were conducting targeted operations when rioters began blocking ICE officers, and one of these violent rioters weaponized her vehicle, attempting to run over our law enforcement officers in an attempt to kill them, an act of domestic terrorism. An ICE officer, fearing for his life, the lives of his fellow law enforcement, and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training, saved his own life and that of his fellow officers. The alleged perpetrator was hit and is deceased. The ICE officers who were hurt are expected to make full recoveries. This tweet goes on to say this is the direct consequence of constant attacks and demonization of our officers by sanctuary politicians who fuel and encourage rampant assaults on our law enforcement, who are facing a 1,300% increase in assaults against them and an 8,000 increase in death threats. Now, we heard in that news conference earlier today where the Minneapolis mayor, Jacob Frey, called the assertion of that as being defensive. He called it BS, said he doesn't buy it. We also see this social media post from Governor Tim Walz, who we expect to hear from any minute now, saying, "I've seen the video. Don't believe this propaganda machine. The state will ensure there is a full, fair, and expeditious investigation to ensure accountability and justice." So dueling narratives this afternoon about what happened in that street in Minneapolis earlier today. And again, we do, well, it looks like I have a live, the live shots back here, the aerial images showing protesters marching down the street. Again, we're awaiting a briefing from Governor Tim Walz, expected any minute now, that you can, that we will live stream for you on YouTube. So we're keeping an eye out for that as we wait for more updates and what is going to continue to be a large story. We had an interview earlier with one of our law enforcement experts about this situation. You can also find that full thing